cooperation, especially at the regional and sub-regional level. I am Sarah Viana. I'm speaking to you all the way from Cape Town, South Africa. For those who don't know me, I am the regional coordinator of the Africa Node for the Early Career Ocean Professionals program, which is an endorsement program by the UN Ocean Decade. My colleague Tristan is our second moderator of this session today. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for the introduction, Sarah. Happy to see you all here today. So I'm going to introduce myself briefly as well. So my name is Tristan da Silva Yanelas. I'm originally from Germany, but I'm currently doing my PhD in wonderful Portugal, where I work on small island developing states such as Cabo Verde in Western Africa. Furthermore, I'm part of the ECOP program too. So I'm the deputy coordinator for ECOP Europe, which is a node recently being established. And as well, I'm part of the coordination unit of ECOP Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. The short form of this is ECOP DACH. And I'm very happy to be here today. I just want to take over real quick and as well thank our sponsors for the whole event. So the BMFTR, the Federal Ministry of Research in Germany, the DAM, the German Alliance in Ocean Science, IOC UNESCO, KDM, the Consortium for German Marine Research, the Global ECOP Program, and as well our partners from Canada, MEOPA. Plus, I want to announce that this is all co-founded by the European Union. Over to you again, Sarah.
Thank you, Tristan. For those who are not familiar about what is actually the Ocean Action Panels, just going to briefly talk about it. It was actually one of the subjects that put on the table for the UNOC now in East 2025, and the results of a stakeholder consultation conducted last year brought up a few challenges and the way forward to accelerate the UN Ocean Decade for the next 5 years. So within the Ocean Panel, Ocean Action Panel 8, the main challenge that have been raised were the lack of harmonized policies surrounding ocean governance, but as well data sharing in ocean data, and of course platforms that support this type of ocean data. Also the limited adoption of sustainable practices in marine and fisheries resources management, as well as economic pressures and absence of an inclusive approach on ocean governance. And on top of that, exactly the problem with data gap is the lack of technology available and accessible for everyone. So some of the suggested transformation actions you're gonna see here as an example of ECOP-led projects. During our session, we have 6 contributors today from different parts of the world, showcasing their projects and the initiatives that can fit into this suggestion transformation actions of the OAP 8. Some of them were like supporting decision making through policy evaluation, evidence-based approach, collaborative governance, and harmonizing policies at the regional levels, such as harmonizing framework at a sub-regional and regional level that can combine data sharing, transparency of data sharing, accessibility to joint data sharing, and also collaborative approaches. So today we're going to start first of all showcasing our contributors of today selected for this event. Over to you, Tristan.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. And I see that most of our speakers are actually already here, so that is already great. Thank you for that. Just a quick thing in advance before we prepare the Slido. Actually, Sarah and I, we are both new in this world, so I hope it will work. I would share my screen now, and we have prepared 4 questions, which we would like you to answer. So let me see, this should work. I'm now in presenter mode. Oh, okay, need some time to load. I would like you guys to just scan the QR code, answer this question. It's a multiple choice question. And we will later on in our roundtable discuss the outcome of this event. So I'm just going to give you a couple of seconds to scan, and whilst that, I would like to introduce our first speaker, who is Jumana. Jumana is here already, and I know that you're a bit short on time, so I'm going to just introduce you very briefly. So Jumana, she's from Dalhousie University in Canada, and today she's going to talk about her work, which is on the coastal ecosystems of Canada, basically the country in the world with the largest coastline. So I think it's a great thing what you're doing, but it is well probably quite challenging. So without further ado, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and hope everybody had the time to check. And I will now hand over to you, Jumana.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Tristan. And Sarah, also for coordinating the session. I know it's a lot of work. Should I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll do that. I'm just bringing up my PowerPoint here. Okay. All right, let's make sure this is presenting. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you very much for the introduction, and for you all for tuning in to my presentation. I'll be doing a quick overview of some of my master's work that looks at the amplifying of local voices and knowledge in spatial planning in Nova Scotia. But to begin, I invite you to the rocky shores of Nova Scotia on the east coast of Canada, the traditional and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people who have lived with and stewarded the land and sea since the beginning of time. I invite you to the coasts where hunters and trappers, harvesters and gatherers have settled for over 400 years. These coasts have so much history and so much beauty, and now also have growing pressures from the impacts of climate change, from the dynamic socioeconomic priorities of the area, and from the diverse and at times very competing uses of space. These lands are also a source of knowledge. This coastal resident talks about how the land and sea have imprinted on them, and our conversations shed light on their inability to see themselves in decisions being made for them and around them. And these decisions or plans are made to decide where the distribution of coastal activities are to be, whether that be areas that allow access for artisanal fishing vessels or plans for residential or industrial development, or even opportunities for conservation. So these decisions are being made without adequate inclusion of place-based knowledge. These coasts, not unlike others around the world, require truly informed spatial planning. And despite being a particularly place-specific planning approach, spatial planning is not comprehensively representative of place-based knowledge systems. The process needs meaningful integration of different ways of knowing, like Indigenous and local knowledge. And these are knowledge systems that have been shaped by their geographies, so they're very site-specific, and generated through long-standing intergenerational relationships and connections with place. My study focused on 6 tools that support decision-making related to the spatial distribution of coastal activities and sought to assess their ability to bridge, or the ability of these tools to foster collaboration and capture and communicate place-based knowledge in a way that serves coastal users by translating contextual knowledge for Nova Scotia's planners and researchers so that this coastal knowledge and contextual information can be included in their decisions. So these are just little screenshots of some of the 6 tools that I'd be looking at for my study, which is the Canada Marine Planning Atlas, Participatory Mapping, ArcGIS Story Map, Virtual Reality, MarkSand, which is a simulation software, and the Marine Spatial Planning board game. These tools were chosen based on their current or well-suited potential use in spatial planning in Nova Scotia, and also their alignment with Canada's Ocean Act, and their capacity to use and combine visual techniques and contextual knowledge. I promise this is the only graph I'll be showing, and I noticed a little, okay, that's okay. Number of mentions is what's on the y-axis. But I think it's very helpful to show that there may be specific ways to apply those decision support tools in order to best engage with and communicate place-based knowledge. For example, ArcGIS Story Map, which is the third group from your left, was generally thought among participants not to be best used in data collection or even in engagement efforts in spatial planning, but was a real favorite for data communication. And participatory mapping, another decision support tool, was seen to do really well in all three of the generalized stages of the spatial planning process. It's tools like ArcGIS Story Map and participatory mapping that allow for interaction and storytelling and integration of multiple perspectives and objectives, which really bring life to data points and creates a bridge between technical data and lived experience. And it's this conscious effort to see people behind data, which is what's really working for amplifying local voices in decision making. So what does collaboration mean in the I should say that it's the best use of existing tools or the thoughtful design or redesign of decision support techniques in spatial planning requires collaboration. But what does collaboration mean in the context of spatial planning? Of course, collaboration looks different for everyone, but to even begin to even answer that question, you have to value knowledge, simply put. And I know that's something that I think we're all here looking to do today. We have to value knowledge, and we have to value those who are sharing knowledge. And when it comes to the design and use of decision support tools, we have to prioritize inclusivity and accessibility, for example, ensuring accessible formats and the use of compatible and understandable language. And really all of this is meant to foster meaningful partnership, because we can't do anything well or anything really without expertise and lived experience and knowledge from those around us and around the world. And with that, I thank you. I thank you for listening. I thank all my contributing partners, those who have logos, those who don't have logos. And I've left a little QR code for the project that's funding my research, the V.ECOP project, benthic ecosystem mapping engagement. So feel free to scan that if you have any questions or you want to see more information. Some of my work is on that website, but you can also feel free to email me right there, jemana.con@dal.ca. So thank you.
Wow, thank you, Jemana. Perfect timing. Thank you for that, and great talk. I think it's a very cool way to engage with the public, and I don't see any questions in the chat, but I have one or two. So maybe I ask them combined. So in first place, I mean, I know that Canada works a lot or has a lot of Indigenous knowledge, has a lot of Indigenous groups, and I would like to hear like what is your relation to that? Like how do you feel this connection? How do you engage with them? How is this knowledge as well transferred? And as well, maybe that as well according to that, like what are your like nicest experiences you had within your project?
Oh, that's a wonderful question. I should preface by saying that Indigenous knowledge is a very catch-all phrase, but like I mentioned, place-based knowledge, Indigenous knowledge being one of them, is very specific to their environments. And there are First Nations, Inuit, Métis communities all across Canada, and they have very distinct histories and very distinct relationships and languages and knowledge systems. So my project was focused in Nova Scotia, which is the land of the Mi'kmaq people. And I worked closely with the Confederacy of Mainland Mi'kmaq and even communities in Bridgewater Lakes and Cape Breton, if anyone's familiar with Nova Scotia at all. And it was really, I mean, always insightful, the conversation to have, but it's really nice to see how willing they are to share. They're very excited when, I mean, the community members that I've worked with to be listened to in the first place. I mean, they worked very hard. They continue to work. They have to work, unfortunately, to be heard and listened, which is not, I mean, fair. It's not even a strong enough word, but these are, like I mentioned, there are decisions being made around them, the use of their unceded territory. So it's interesting that we even have to have these conversations. But when I was speaking with community members, they were so willing to share their stories and their history, and their stories are intrinsically tied to their environments, and they tell you like how lands were created and pathways and the changing that they're seeing, and all of these are even tied into the names of some of the places that they've given to the area. So it's very beautiful, and I was really lucky to get the chance to talk to some of these people. I hope they answered your question. I feel like I was rambling a little bit.
Yeah, no, it does, and I think everybody can see how much of a joy this work has been for you. And I hope you keep going and you keep up the good work. You shared your contact details. If anybody wants to contact you, please reach out to Jumana, and thank you
Yes.
for your talk. I will now hand over to Sarah to introduce our next speaker. Thank you, Jumana.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Jumana. Wonderful project, by the way. All right, now we have to proceed with our next contributor. She's from Costa Rica, Ana Vasquez. I hope you're here.
Here I am.
Hi, Ana. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
We cannot hear you very loud. Maybe you can adjust
Okay,
your
can you
audio
hear
a
me
little
now?
bit. Yes, it's a little bit better. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, great.
So Anna is going to talk about the Ocean Sciences meeting next year in Glasgow. All right, Anna, you may proceed with your presentation.
Yes. Okay, can you confirm you can see?
Yes,
Yes,
now we can.
perfect.
Okay, perfect. Well, hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Ana Vasquez. I am from Costa Rica, and I am also a member of the Early Career Committee of the Association for the Sciences of Limnology and Oceanography. So when a large majority of researchers, especially from the Global South, face a wide range of constraints, and we wonder how to present our work or how our voices are going to be heard. We want to publish, we want to share our research, but we are not even clear how to start. So if we are going to be evaluated by the same metrics as our peers that have strong support and opportunities, what do we do? So part of this is how do we improve not only our situation, but improve the conditions of other people that are in the same place? Well, one of the major opportunities, there are opportunities out there. So, but it's not as easy to say as just look for them, right? So first of all, it's when you join a group, it's easier to understand how to get those opportunities, because we are going to have guidance, we're going to have support. So when you are part of a group of peers, independently of how that group is, we are going to see people that have already seek those opportunities, or they have more experience than others, and then can help us either with advice or help us find those opportunities that we are looking for that is more interest with our needs particularly. And sometimes we even lack of this guidance within our universities or institutions. So a group of peers is going to be very supportive on this. So when we look for opportunities together, we have more access to them, and our success rate increases. It is also about keeping the support flowing. I will become the mentor that I could not find. So sometimes I am going to be the mentor, sometimes I'm going to be the mentee, but it's also as part of the self-mentoring process. And when we actually look for keep this success flowing, we're going to see not only we are empowering ourselves, but the whole group, it's empowering itself. So just to focus on how can we actually put this into practice, next year we are going to hold the Ocean Science meeting in Glasgow. So this meeting happens every 2 years. It's endorsed by the UN Decade, and it's organized by three main institutions: Oslo, the American Geophysical Union, and the Oceanography Society. So yes, OSM is mainly about science, but it's not only about science. So we see how we receive every time more sessions and abstracts that are looking for this policy science interface, and how we can see more reflection on community science. How can we see more reflection in the work scientists do beyond science? So we are going to, well, as part of the conference, there's going to be a whole career center that is focused on different development opportunities or career opportunities, like how to write your paper, how to do networking, how to look for different opportunities according to your career level. But we also have the option of travel grants. And this is one of the things that limit a lot people from the Global South, the access to funding to participate in conferences. So we have travel grants. You are required to submit an abstract and being accepted to be able to apply for these grants. But it's good to mention that for all Oslo conferences, we are always having this option of travel grants. Now, there is also the Amplifying Voices sessions. So as part of the Oslo Early Career Committee, we have these sessions that started as a webinar, but now have also become a full session within the conferences. In the sessions, look for fees to be waived, but also to put your voice in and your work in the session. It's going to be pre-recorded. You may not be in the conference, but at least it's a way to get your voice out. So this is a great networking opportunity. Your presentations or your recordings are also going to be included in the YouTube channel from Oslo, and you will have like a wide range to reach people. So if
Sorry to interrupt, Anna, your time is up, but you
Okay.
can have 1 minute to finalize, please.
Okay, great. So if you want to know more opportunities about Oslo, you can check the publication by Rita Santos, Franco Santos. You can check the ECOP episode 23 or the upcoming seminar in Spanish. So thank you very much for your attention. Please stay tuned for the Amplifying Voices sessions and Ocean Science meeting and the Oslo SIL joint meeting next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. We're looking forward to this meeting next year. It's going to be a great opportunity for ECOPs and also to reach out to other partners of our program. I'm going to open up questions from the audience. If anyone would like to raise a question for Anna, we have 1 minute for maybe one question, or you can also use our chat box if you like to place a question directly to Anna, and she can answer you there. So anyone would like to question anything? Everybody happy and shy? All right, so we can proceed. Tristan is with you now.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. And I think we have a live contribution now from Alessandro. He has an interview partner. So Alessandro, if you're there, you could sneak in right now. Let's give it a little wait and see if he's there. Otherwise, we proceed with the normal agenda.
Ale is our mobile journalist that is on site at the moment. Ale, can you hear us?
Okay, it doesn't look like he's here. Maybe after our next contributor. So then I would move now to Mogoka Obanga. Mogoka Benson, he's from Kenya, and he's going to talk today about wetlands conservation and how he enhances youth governance in regional seas. So without further ado, Mogoka, can you share your screen and display your presentation?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mogaka Benson. I'm the founder and also I lead a wetlands conservation organization, a registered youth-led initiative in Kenya. So let me share my screen. Is it visible to the audience?
Not yet, Mogoka. Now we're getting there.
Yeah, so, okay, so to commence, the idea is UNEP Regional SEAS program consists of 3 types of regional SEAS conventions and action plans, actually across 18 different regions. And the regional SEAS convention and action plans provides an intergovernmental framework to address the degradation of the oceans and seas at regional level. And last year, the CYMG, or the Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP, actually established the Ocean Science and Governance Youth Network. And with that, the mandate was actually to put the youth at the forefront of addressing the broadly all the marine and also the ocean governance issues and engage, if necessary, to the UNEA 6 Resolution 18 processes. So with the aspect of the terms of reference for the Ocean Science and Governance Youth Network, at geographical representation, there was a proposal to have at each regional level 2 contact points. So for instance, for I being in Kenya, we should be engaging with the Nairobi Convention, which we initially started the process. So coming up with this presentation, so the ocean, currently our oceans are under the threat, and the regional seas convention and action plans are key defenders. And youth voices are actually missing in this regional seas convention and action plans decision-making processes and also body. So for us to ensure equity, we need the youth voices to be part of these processes. Okay, so what we are trying to propose is youth shouldn't be just the recipients, but also they should be involved to shape the ocean policies. And with that, we need to enhance youth engagement in regional ocean governance through youth focal points. And our goal being to bring more visibility in terms of representation, knowledge sharing, policy advocacy, and also capacity building. And with that, the youth focal points, our proposal was each regional seas convention and action plans to have 2 youth focal points. And the 2 youth focal points should join meetings, engage with UNEP, CYMG, and foster partnerships. And also they should become the direct youth voices in the governance processes at their representation of their regional seas processes. Okay, so our proposal or our idea of the initiative was this idea to be launched at this current UN Ocean Conference. And the idea was for 2025 to 2026, the relevant engagement authorities, and here I mean ECOP, also to be at the forefront to advocate for the integration of the youth focal points into the regional seas conventions and also the action plans. And for us, for example, for Wetlands Conservation Organization, this should actually be facilitated with the Nairobi Convention. Then in terms of the impact, so we want to see youth
Mogaka,
shaping the marine.
if you could start wrapping up, that would be amazing. You have 1 minute left, okay?
Am I audible enough?
Yes, all good. I just say that you have 1 minute to wrap up, okay?
Okay. Yeah, so just to wrap up my presentation is we want to see youth shaping the marine policy and also to have a strong visibility and representation at regional seas convention level and also their action plan. So to finalize, what we are calling is the regional seas convention and action plans to integrate youth focal points in governance. And in our practical instances, we are calling for the Nairobi Convention and also the Ocean Science and Governance Youth Network to enable the integration of these contact points. Thank you. And anyone can reach me through my email there and also the telephone number. Thank you.
Thank you, Mogaka. What a great project. And I wish you all the best for this endeavor. And I hope that you get a lot of young people involved in this project, driving forward your ambition. Thank you for this. I don't see any
Let's open
questions
for
in the chat.
questions. Just quickly, we still have some time for Mogaka.
Yes,
Does
that
anyone
was-
like to have place a question for Mogaka?
I mean, otherwise, we have your contact details. You can put them as well in the chat, Mogaka, so people can reach out to you. And I hope we keep in touch, especially with the global ECOP node from Africa, who will probably have an interest as well to sending some ECOPs over. And now I would give the stage to Alessandro, who told me that he has now an interview partner. And thank you so much for your contribution, Mogaka. Great project.
All right, we are back here, and not quite at La Baleine, but just to the side of it. I'm talking a little bit low because we are in a hotel lobby right now. But I am with Claudia Zenkert here. Claudia, with whom I already met, and she has something very, very interesting to show us here now. Over the past couple of days, we talked to people who are in activism. We talked to people who are in science, and Claudia is a representative here of technology. Could you tell us a little bit about what is it that strange thing that you have in your hands right now?
Well, it's not that strange, actually. That's the MetaQuest. It's the MetaQuest 3. It has a very good pass-through system, and we're using it in order to bring the ocean to people, because we need to do that, because not everybody has access to the ocean. And we thought we come up with an that will do exactly that, and everybody can experience the ocean with life-size photorealistic animals in places like this or in their own living room.
Then can you walk us through how does that work, in the sense of, like, what does, if I put this on, what do I see?
Okay, so this thing is called Ocean Contact. That's our app that we built over the last 2 years. And basically you don it on, and then the walls will drop away and will become windows into the ocean. And then just like that, you will see life-size photorealistic animals passing you by. Some will come towards you, just like when you were a diver. And you'll also have the original audioscape. So we work with an audio engineer because we think audio helps very much to stir emotion. So we wanted somebody, to really feel what it sounds like and feels like when you're underwater, but in a safe environment. So this is something, we call it augmented reality. So it's not VR, it's AR. So which means that you can see your surroundings just like they are right now. We just add to reality by creating those windows.
And how did you come to that idea? When did it start?
Yeah, it was actually because I own a media production company, and we are doing a underwater documentary, and I thought it would be a good promotional tool to kind of come up with something where people can interact with animals in our own world. And so I went to find my partners from Mixed World in Berlin, and I said, can we do this? Can we bring life-sized animals to people just like that? And they said, I don't know, but we can try, and we did.
Such an interesting story. To those who want to want to know more about it, maybe like want to look up, what's the name of your company then?
My company is called C-Tree, but the project's called Ocean.contact, and you can find it online, and we'll post like all the news and updates about it. And we'd love to do showrooms and run people through the experience. And if everything goes according to plan, this will be available in app stores by World Ocean Day next year for everybody to download it and do it in their own living rooms. And the cool thing about this is usually you can do these kind of experiences by yourself, but we created something where the entire family, group of friends can do it together. So we can connect up to 6 devices, so you can actually share the experience, because we think just a joint experience is a lived experience.
Oh, so it's family friendly, like in the sense that you can actually have the entire family enjoy it at the same time.
Yeah, your ocean, like your living room becomes a glass bowl into the ocean, and then you can grab animals out of it, look at it from all sides, make it bigger, smaller, share it, and then put them back into the ocean and move on to a different place.
If you want to try it on your own phone, you should get a QR code now in the chat that you can try it. It's not quite exactly what we're doing here, but you can also get a taste for what the technology can do by having it on your own phone right now. Like,
yeah, and then so we basically prepared a jellyfish that you can view in AR, and then you have to move your phone a little bit around, and then a life-sized photorealistic jellyfish, the purple jellyfish, will actually pop up in your real world, a little bit inspired by Pokemon Go. And this again will be the next product line that we're also doing, because we want people, even without these devices, to have access to the ocean. So the smartphone line will come next year.
Really nice. Now I'm excited to put that on again.
Yes.
And I will describe what I am going to see. Wow, this is so wild. So like what I'm seeing right in front of me, I can see the floor, I can see the room, but in front of me there are green areas, and these green areas have shoes on them, so shoe marks, so that I know that if I step here, the entire wall in front of me becomes a window into the ocean. I see this deep blue, I can see my hands still, but they're kind of floating in the air, and with little white dots, as if that kind of dust that you see when you look into underwater pictures. And then swimming right in front of me, I can hear that there's an animal approaching.
It's right down there. Look around.
Oh, that is! Oh, I can see a whale just coming right at me. Oh, I want to pet it. I want to pet it. Okay, this is amazing. This is amazing. I forgot how cool this looks like.
Yeah, and this is original size, so it's 13.5 meters in
Wow.
something that you could never experience in
I can almost high five it. Yeah. Amazing. Really, really nice. Thank you, Claudia, for this demonstration.
Anytime.
Oh, this is really cool. And so, as I said, if you want to have a sneak peek into it, you can try with the QR code. And thank you very much for this demonstration.
Anytime. Lots of success at the conference. I hope this all pans out for you guys, and thanks for the interest.
Thank you for you too. All right, back to the live stream.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you, Alessandro. Thank you, Claudia, for this wonderful project. I wish we could switch places. I would love to see it as well. Unfortunately, we're not able to share this here for some reason, the QR code. But maybe, Jonathan, you can add Claudia's contact details so people can reach out to get like an overview of this. However, I would just take the floor real quick to share my screen again for our Slido interaction. And I would want you, the first questions have been answered, but we have 3 more to go. I will display them just for a bit, and then I just hope that you can answer them. Second. So this is the first one, which people have already answered. But if you haven't answered, please feel free to scan the code once again. As I said, this will be material we can use for our roundtable discussion. So the results we will display later. Here I would just encourage you to put 1 or 2 keywords that come to your mind related to collaborative oceans framework for the benefit of ECOPs. I think we have already seen great presentations on collaboration, regional and the full cross-regional, or even virtually connecting to the ocean space. So, okay, there we have some things coming in. I will leave all of these open so you can add your comments, your keywords, and I'm looking forward to that. So this is the next poll. As I said, Sarah and I were both new to this, and I've always seen it in other presentations, and it looked so easy. And it is easy to set up, but I'm still getting a bit used to it. So yeah, I see that we have some people coming in here. I think the 4th question I would just display after our next contributor, because for that I have to open up a new PowerPoint. So I hope everybody had the time to scan the QR code, and I'm going to hand over to Sarah, introducing our next speaker, and then shortly after, stop sharing my screen.
Thank you so much, Tristan. Just to remember everyone, this survey is quite important for us because we will like to display the results just before the roundtable starts. We have a very exciting roundtable at the end of our session with some invited speakers from different parts of the world working different scenarios within the ocean affairs. So please reach out to the survey so we can interact with them according to your answers as well. Thank you so much. So our next speakers, it's supposed to be Anna for Austria, but she's going to be replaced by Paul Chunderdorfer. Paul, are you there? From Austria. They're going to talk about the Ocean Literacy Network in Austria. Welcome, Paul.
So it is, yes. And sorry for this spontaneously jumping in, but yeah, Anna can sadly not join. But I'm happy to take over. I'm sharing my screen. I hope it's also not too noisy in the background. I had to spontaneously find a spot.
We cannot hear any background noise, Paul. All good, and we can see your screen now.
Perfect. So, good. You can see my screen? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, perfectly.
So yeah, it's the Ocean Literacy Network Austria. What is the Ocean Literacy Network Austria? It's an initiative that Anna Hollerer and I kind of kickstarted a few months ago, saying that actually everybody can do their part in caring about the ocean, even in a landlocked country like Austria. So because we maybe do not have this obvious connection to the ocean, we don't have a coastline, but I mean, we are connected in so many other ways to the ocean. And as we also unite now in Nice for this UN Ocean Conference and everything, it cannot be that all these landlocked countries are just left apart. I mean, the high seas are the common heritage of humankind. So also the people in the landlocked countries should actually take their part in all of this and also show their responsibility for this. So our approach was really to say, look, all of us can do something, our neighbors, our cities, even if we don't have this access. And we want to showcase this better. In this way, we found out in a small research that we've done across Austria, bringing together all type of ocean-related enthusiasts together, that we actually have 11 NGOs in Austria working on marine conservation. We're actually shocked about this huge number to be for us actually. But then also figuring out, look, you're all not connected. And I mean, all of you have different foci, the ones that are more for shark protection, the others are more for coral reefs, the others more for the Mediterranean. And in the end, that's all fine. I think everybody shall have their what they want to focus on. But if we could connect some of these messages that we all stand behind marine conservation in the broader sense, then we could actually be way more impactful. And so this is why 2 months ago we said, look, we invite all of you NGOs, and we had then 9 NGOs coming together, saying we want to create this Ocean Literacy Network Austria. What is in the end now a WhatsApp group, not more than that, but we are now connected with each other. We let each other know about initiatives that we're doing, our beach cleanups that are happening along rivers and lakes, and maybe not the ocean directly, but also the rivers are in the end going into the seas. And so this is what we can do. And we also have these existing materials that all these organizations are already producing to bring them together. So this is one other big step we are currently working on. And what we can already see is that to really get people on board, we at least face this issue that we cannot just speak about the general relevance of the ocean, but we really have to engage them. And I think what was just shown with AI technology and so on, and by Alessandro, I mean, this is something I think we have to get into the classrooms. We sadly won't be able to bring all of our pupils in Austria to the coastline for a marine biological week or whatever, but we have to find ways that also these inland communities have a connection with the ocean. And this also brings us to what is written here at the last point, that in the end, all of our efforts is not just about happening in the classroom itself, but it's also about art. It's also then working together to a certain extent with scientists. And then also in the end, I mean, politicians shall also be aware of this. This here just gives a quick overview of the organizations we have worked together or set up our ocean literacy network that we had so far. So you can also see, for example, the national branch of Sea Shepherd Austria that is there. I myself am also involved in Sustainable Ocean Alliance Austria that was founded last year. But then we have many others. And all of them bring a different perspective into the game. And now it's just really the next step to say, how can we go on with this and how can we implement this? And I think a very nice picture from the World Ocean Day on Sunday. You can see on the left side where it was pouring rain in Vienna, but still our people went out and were collecting trash because this was our World Ocean Day in Austria, and we can also do some kind of beach cleanup along the Danube River. With that, I say thank you very much for the time. We are very happy to connect and exchange knowledge, especially with landlocked communities, but obviously with anybody else as well. I think even those countries that have a coastline, they also have a lot of inland communities, and it's not so easy to inspire them maybe for the ocean. But we are, confident that we are on a good pathway. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul, and thanks for joining in so spontaneously and replacing Anna. My colleague just lost her internet connection, so I'm just going to take over real quick. I think it's such a great initiative, and I've heard of it before since we were with the whole ECOP Germany, Switzerland, Austria thing together. Unfortunately, I don't see any questions in the chat. But I think it's amazing that you had 11 NGOs in Austria working on something ocean related, although landlocked. Like, I come from a landlocked city too, and we don't have that many in the same area. I mean, of course, in Germany we have, but in that area we don't. So how easy was it to get connected with them? Like, you just reached out to them? Like, what do you propose maybe to other ECOPs to get involved with a local network like this? Like, how did you do that?
Sending a lot of emails. So yeah, I think there was also definitely not from everybody immediately response. It's really also about this learning how to communicate with the people. So some then also have to be called. So, but and then others are easier to reach via just an Instagram message. It was definitely a process over several months, but we just kept on going. And then this one organization, but you are somehow connected with this other organization. Yeah, can you call them and let me know that I sent 2 emails in the last 2 months. So please reply to us, because in the end, what we did, I mean, we're offering something. It's not that together we can do something. It probably needs this driving force a bit in the beginning, but yeah, spark this light in the people. Really go in with the confidence that you think you can change something. And I mean, all of the people I think here online, and the ECOP community in general is such a positive thing. We can always complain about stuff, but we can also do stuff. And yes.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a great message. And I just see in the chat from our contributors and participants some messages. So collaboration, water connects us all. Fully agree with that. We're all in this together. We're a global community facing certain problems, certain issues. And it's even more important to collaborate even with people who might not be directly connected at the ocean. And then as well, Blessing is writing that he presented something similar in the morning. So maybe this will be something how you guys could exchange and learn from each other. And Anna is saying that it is very important for people to understand the value of source to sink processes and how the source regions influence on the ocean's health. Great work from her side. Yeah, with that, Paul, I thank you very much. Please feel free to reach out to Paul to connect. And as it was pointed out before by Katrina, the ocean connects us all. So looking forward to our next contributor as well, which I will introduce in a bit. Thank you once again, Paul, for the spontaneous talk. And I just want to share my screen real quick again, just to share the last slide of the Slido poll. We already had some presentation, some participation, and here I want to show you our last question, which will then be displayed the result in the Ocean Roundtable. And yes, I would just encourage you again to put in 1 or 2 keywords that come to your mind related to inclusivity of ECOPs in ocean governance. I think it's a really present topic as well at the conference, but as well over the past years that we have to include lots of people who some people especially in governance might not be aware of. And I'm looking forward to your answers. I can see as well that Sarah is back now. So happy to have you back here. I'm going to leave it open for another 10 seconds or so. And next up, I'm going to already introduce our next speaker for the sake of time, who is going to be Özgün from Turkey, joining us today as one of the Black Sea Youth Ambassadors. And today she's going to present a video on her work, and I don't want to spoil too much. I just hope we have everything ready. Özgün, are you there?
Hi there. Let me share my screen if it's
wonderful. I will stop my screen sharing now and look forward to your video now.
Before the video, I'm gonna talk about a little bit about our project. I think you see my screen right now, right?
Perfect.
So I am from the Middle East Technical University Institute of Marine Sciences. I am working as a communication officer to help the communication efforts of the Horizon 2020 Bridge Black Sea project that we coordinate as an institute. Our project, Bridge Black Sea, aims not only to advance scientific knowledge and research, but also it aims to empower citizens through highly inclusive youth and citizen engagement. One of our key approaches is to involve youth as a link between the science and society. So under our project, there are 15 early career ocean professionals from around the Black Sea region. So I am presenting here on behalf of them. In addition to them, there are 12 PhD students who are carrying out research at the seas, laboratories, and beyond, contributing to a healthier and more resilient Black Sea with their research and science. Now, I will step aside to let their work speak. I'm gonna share the video. Do you see the video screen? Okay.
Yes, looks good.
Okay. I think you couldn't hear the voice, right?
No, there is no audio.
Okay, now you can hear.
Still no audio.
Okay, let me share it again. Sorry. I'm gonna quickly share it again. Yes, you're gonna hear it right now.
Welcome to the Black Sea, a sea of rich history, home to countless species and millions of people. Yet, it faces multiple stressors, from pollution and climate change to overexploitation. Today, a new wave of changemakers is rising to protect this shared heritage, the youth of the Black Sea. Meet the Black Sea Young Ambassadors, a group of passionate early career professionals from across the region. They are working together to protect the Black Sea through science, outreach, and awareness-raising activities. On research vessels, they gain hands-on experience, collecting samples, monitoring pollution, and learning teamwork at sea. In the lab, they transform data into knowledge, tackling global challenges like microplastics and biodiversity loss. But their work goes beyond research. They bring science to people, in schools, coastal villages, and beyond. Through ocean literacy events and interactive activities, they inspire others to raise awareness about our seas and oceans. Whether teaching children or engaging decision-makers, they turn science into action. They have also joined forces with Bridge Black Sea PhD students, blending research with real-world solutions. By exchanging ideas, stories, and strategies, they strengthen peer learning and empower one another. These early career ocean professionals, ECOPs of the Black Sea, contribute to the EU mission. Restore our ocean and waters and the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. They are helping to build a clean, healthy, and resilient future, not only for the Black Sea, but for all seas and oceans.
I am the voice of the Black Sea.
I can put our social media accounts and the original version of the video so that you can watch it again if you wish. So I'm here if you have any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Ozgun, any questions for Ozgun? We still have some time for questions. We can open up 1 minute for questions for Ozgun. Anyone? Anyone from the audience? You're also welcome to use the chat box.
I sent our social media accounts, so if any question arises later, they can reach us out.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ozgun. Brilliant project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me see if we have any questions here. Yeah, no, I don't think we have. All right, so we can proceed now then with our last presenter of the contributions today. Katrina, are you here with us?
Yes, I am.
Katrina is from Trinidad and Tobago. Katrina is going to talk about her project, Katrina, the marine biologist mermaid. Welcome, Katrina. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, everyone. So I will be sharing my screen. Can you tell me if it's going full screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Katrina Khan Roberts from Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean. And I know it's quite exciting to see a mermaid, but my background is actually as a professional in the marine and environmental space. And as you can see, all the partners I've had over the years, I actually became this mermaid only very recently. It's only been about 3 years. But for the past 15 years, I've been a youth environmental advocate, specifically within the ocean, because my specialty is in marine biology. So going forward, I just wanted to share with you a little bit about where it all began in Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean region. So this is little me at the beach. And thankfully, I lived on a small island developing state in the Caribbean. And every day you spend at the beach. So you're very connected to the ocean. And as I grew up, I always wanted to share my knowledge, not just my experience, but my degree, everything that I've done within the environmental space in the Caribbean region and internationally as well. So after a lot of time trying to figure out what it is that I was going to leave then behind, because I always thought that my capacity has to be shared with other people, I created Matrina, the Little Mermaid, who is a marine biologist in Trinidad and Tobago. And basically what the character does is for different age groups, we try our best to ensure that everyone has a different way of learning. So I created books and different print media so that we would be able to impart the information for different age groups to understand ocean. Well, ocean literacy, that was the entire foundation, to make sure that we can have ocean literacy at every age, at every stage, accessible. And it doesn't only have to be in the Caribbean region, it could be worldwide, because like I said before, we are all connected by water. No matter if you're in a landlocked nation, at the top of a mountain, the ocean is still going to impact your daily life. So, like I said, 15 years of experience trying to build that capacity in my community locally, but it has been very difficult because we have a lot of issues with having our own needs met. So this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It is very difficult for a young person to care about the ocean, to care about the environment, when you can't even meet your basic needs. So in our region, we have a lot of poverty, resource scarcity. We don't have the same access to education. There's a lot of different things. A lot of people don't even know how to swim. So it has been difficult overcoming these issues. And I felt like if the mermaid is like a nice bridge. So we sometimes think our career is going to start a certain way and then it doesn't go that way. So that's how I, instead of having that usual career track of, you know, becoming a professional, and there aren't any jobs really in this region. So we are, you know, I thought, let me create something. And it took all of the different facets of me, so creative, technical, and just brought everything together into that fantasy of a mermaid who has the voice of the ocean. So I wanted to thank you so much. It's not about making headlines. It was never about me. It was about making sure that I created something that can impact positively for the entire community of the Caribbean region. So yes, I may have had a little bit of success so far. There's still a long way to go in terms of access, because I'm doing this out of pocket on my own time, and I'm actually a mom of 2 kids under 5. So it is a lot. And with the right support and finding your community, that is where the changes are really going to make that big difference worldwide. So thank you so much. And I really hope that you're inspired by my story and that you can go out there and also share your ocean literacy with everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Katrina. Thank you so much. A wonderful project. It's nice to see that a mom of 2 is able to do brilliant things besides all the challenges. And I'm very glad to see that going. And I'm going to open up the questions now for the audience. Please, if you do have questions for Katrina, it's our last speaker of today. Then we're going to move on to the pool results and to the roundtable with our invited speakers of today. I'm going to give a few minutes for questions. Anyone would like to place a question for Katrina? You can use our chat box also. Place your question in the chat box.
I think Luciana just raised her hand. So Luciana, please go ahead.
Hi, yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Luciana, we
okay.
can.
Great. Thank you, Katrina, and everybody, actually. I really appreciate all the presentations so far. But one thing that you said, Katrina, that struck me is you grew up in a small island developing country and you are very close to the ocean. I'm living in Jamaica currently, and I do believe, or my experience here is that not everybody is connected to the ocean, even though this is an island. And that was my experience in the Philippines and other islands I've passed through. So I was just curious to hear also your experience, because you had that passion and you had that sort of motivation, but it's and I think it's really great work you're doing for Trinidad, and hopefully other islands could also take that as an example. And I think we heard also about the landlocked developing countries, and I think there's really great ideas that are coming together for really bringing the ocean closer to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can answer. So yes, like I said, Trinidadians don't even know how to swim, half of them. We have a drowning every couple of days actually here. And I was just very fortunate because my parents were the ones that connected me to the ocean at a very young age. A lot of parents nowadays, we don't even have time to carry our kids to the beach, even though it's like 10 minutes away. And even though you're like working and seeing the sea, it's not like connecting in your mind that you are connected to it. So that is what I am doing. And so it has been a challenge, but I have had some success. So it's a multi-layered approach that I'm taking. I'm trying to go into schools and the education programs, just like everywhere. We know that the schools are the first contact points. But then I'm also creating that mermaid character, hoping that that will be the champion, that children will be like, oh my goodness, yes, the ocean has a voice. There's a reason why we should protect it. And the mermaid will kind of guide them towards that. So thank you so much. I hope that it will grow.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Luciana, for the question. Katrina, yes, I think we have similar challenges all over the world when it comes to ECOPs. We're going to go deep into that just now in our roundtable, and I hope you stay with us to interact a little bit. But now we do have to go to our final poll. Tristan, are you here? I just want to check if Tristan can display for the last time the questions, and then we can show the results and then move on to our roundtable of today.
Exactly. So I'm going to share it here. And first of all, I want to thank all the contributors. I think you all run amazing projects. It's really great to have this space where we get together. So thanks as well to the organizers, to our sponsors, making all of these events happen and learning so many things from so many different people around the world, and as well seeing the contrast from Paul, from a landlocked country, facing different programs than what, for example, Katrina is facing. And I think it's so important to have this dialogue and this conversation. And as well, I hope that that our experts now can as well give some expertise on that. So for our first poll, we had these answers right here. So participants could be a bit more, but the question was, what in your opinion were the top 3 approaches to increase capacity of ECOPs within the science to policy interfaces? So first place goes to financial support to undertake further studies in ocean governance. And I think this is whatever ECOP funding is key for us to succeed. And I'm going to hand this over after for our experts. The second thing is to have regular job opportunities within the field. I think that aligns as well with the financial support, plus that the global network of policy practitioners in ocean governance and management is kind of key to get these possibilities, to get these funds, to see how we can connect. So great stuff. Moving to the next one, just 4 keywords for collaborative ocean framework for the benefit of ECOPs: mentorship, unity, networks, and streaming. I think all kind of in the same category. I think we have to learn from the generation before us, but as well we have to have a network to get access to this. So thank you for those answers. and what are the top 3 factors that hamper your involvement as an ECOP in generating, managing, and sharing ocean data. We have the results here. So we are not, we don't have standardized protocols for collecting quality ocean data within field work in the ocean sector. And I agree that we definitely need good and best practices to be shared globally with people working in the same field, and to make the ocean data uniform and accessible for all. Then again, the lack of financial or institutional support of any kind that could foster the collaboration. I think there is, and we had it yesterday, we had our Ocean Action Panel 3 on the financial support of ECOPs, basically, where we as well encountered this, that you have to approach a lot of people and then hopefully get the funding, but difficult, and we definitely have to overcome these barriers. And then my country does not have access to ocean data tools or technology that I can easily use. But we saw, for example, yesterday that there are global programs which are there. It's just important to spread that word. And with this, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to display maybe the last question a bit later, and leave the stage real quick to you, Sarah, to go ahead with our roundtable, because we're already a bit over time.
All right. Thank you, Trista. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those who answered our poll today. It's very exciting to see the answers on so important subjects surrounding the ocean decade for the next 5 years, especially if you want to make this really like a success, a revolution in ocean sciences. So we need these answers. We need to hear the ECOPs. We need to hear the youth and the audience and the stakeholders involved in ocean management and ocean sciences, so we can maximize our efforts. So our roundtable of today, we are opening this session of our roundtable with some invited speakers today from different areas of expertise. We have some speakers from the ocean governance and the science to policy interface field. We have experts in fisheries management and so on. Today, our roundtable, it's called Accelerating All Forms of Cooperation for the Benefit of ECOPs regionally and internationally. As we all know here, the ECOP, the early career ocean professions, and also the youth, we are a very important actor in streamlining efforts towards achieving the SDG 14, and thus ocean sustainability for long term. Within the ECOP program, for example, we have more than 6,000 members at the moment as part of our network, and that's only one example of a network that involves ECOPs, never mind other regional networks. Like we saw yesterday in the presentation that I was involved with, the session OAP2 is the Western Indian Ocean Early Career Scientists Network is one example, and many others across the globe that we have. Thus, ECOPs, we do have an impact in achieving, improving gathering data in terms of oceanographic data, fisheries management statistics and management data. They are important for decision making. Besides us being involved directly in the ocean sciences field, we have other ECOPs in other fields. They are not only related to science itself. We have conservationists, we have community leaders, we have even artists that are part of this global network. All of them would be able to give some inputs and some solid recommendations on how we can improve all the policies surrounding sustainability of the oceans. So today we're gonna invite now our speaker, Tristan, over to you, our discussants of the roundtable.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. I'm going to keep it short, but I would like to take the time to just introduce all of our 4 amazing roundtable participants. I'm going to kick off with Luciana Genio, who already had a short moment on stage. So just as a quick introduction, she's an environmental analyst and the environmental coordinator of ISA, so the International Sustainable Seabed Knowledge Initiative. She's joining us today from Jamaica. So thank you, Luciana, for joining us today. Our next speaker is Joe Ansa from FAO. So he's currently a fishery officer at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, where he primarily works on fisheries, socioeconomics, and human dimension aspects of the EAS Nansen program. So Dr. Jansen has applied interdisciplinary training in fishery science, applied economics, aquaculture business, and international development to both development and research projects in several countries in Africa. So Joe, thank you for being here. Our third contributor is from the International Platform for Ocean Sustainability, Zato Goranj. I hope I pronounced it correct. So he's a senior expert in ocean governance and policy at Acteon Environment in France, supporting the establishment of the new International Panel for Ocean Sustainability, shortly IPOS, and co-leading the engagement of ECOPs and youth, as well as a wider institutional and societal engagement. So thank you for being here. And last but not least, I would like to introduce to you Bryce Stewart from the UK. So Bryce is a senior research fellow at the MBA Association, working at the University at Plymouth, and his expertise is on fisheries and conservation, which he has worked on most of his life, and as well MPA stakeholder involvement. And I think since I know Bryce the best out of all of these, he always gives great and engaging talks, and I look forward to what you guys have to share with us today. So over to Sarah again.
Thank you so much, Tristan. Welcome our invited discussants of this roundtable. So just to give a brief overview about the roundtable, like we are discussing OAP 8, that it's in the subject surrounding maximizing collaborations across the globe and south to south, north to south. We would just like to put in a table how important is the ECOPs to be recognized as one of the main stakeholders in all these discussions. Like I mentioned earlier, we do generate a lot of ocean data across the globe. Many of us are PhD students, master students, or even scientists in a permanent basis at the moment. They're constantly getting this data. Now, one of the challenges that were raised by the Global Consultant Survey on the OMP8 was the lack of harmonized shared data platforms across the globe. And in our case of the ECOPs, as we could see from the contributions today, is that many of us are lacking institutional support, even financial support, like we see here, many of us taking over projects by passion and without any professional or technical support of somehow. So many of these challenges might be because we are keen to gather this data, but we don't have standardized protocols like we could see from the survey here. It was the top one instance about the main challenges that some of the ECOPs have, and also the financial support. So let's say that we are dealing with a small fishing community in the South Pacific who doesn't have access to Wi-Fi or sometimes not even electricity, but they do get data, they do have knowledge. We could be more inclusive of this community to participate in decision making. And especially in terms of data, how we can make sure that we can empower this ECOP, we can facilitate this knowledge sharing for ECOPs across the globe, but also ECOPs that are outside the main bulk of the academic and scientific environment. I'll hand this over to Luciana to comment, because Luciana is now heading one of the initiatives surrounding gathering oceanographic data for marine species, deep sea species. So Luciana, please, you're welcome to start commenting on the ocean data subject.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Tristan, for inviting me. And it's been really great to attend the session so far and to give me this opportunity. And yes, like Sarah said, I'm leading the Sustainable Seabed Knowledge Initiative, which is a science focus, or I would say biodiversity focus initiative under the International Seabed Authorities program for marine scientific research, and this is all aligned with the other UN bodies for contributing to the UN decade. One of the key aspects that we thought was really important, or that we kept hearing as well for this initiative, is precisely the focus on the data sharing. And I think Sarah pointed out, and other colleagues here pointed out, to the difficulties even for publishing the data. And I think this is where the problem and the solution may start. Because indeed, as you said, Sarah, there's a lot of the high quality data comes from the data providers. It's very hard to manage data collected by others if the data has not been shared with like you said, also the standardized protocols and information. But I think that if we invest in the actual scientific publications and the high quality data, and how we can then capture that information across institutions and governments, and ultimately to more wide regional and global frameworks, I think this could be a solution. I probably do not have as much contact with countries that have some of the challenges you mentioned in terms of accessing internet, which is taken for granted in many other places. And that's probably where we need to also look at those places, because like you said, the data is being generated there, and we need to capture that somehow.
Yes, thank you so much, Luciana. Yes, I think we do have a few projects going at the moment where we involve small communities of fishing communities, where we can get data alongside with them. I know it's a little bit difficult to we need to actually provide a protocol where we have this a verification of the data, of the quality of data, of course, from a scientist, but it doesn't mean that these actors cannot assist it and also feel that they are participating of these projects. They are one of the main actors, so we don't leave them out. I would like to invite Yo and San to step in here. Yo, hi. To give you a brief overview about that. Yo is working with the FAO-EAF nursing program across the African continent and also the Bay of Bengal. And the nursing program, as many of you know, putting efforts towards capacity building in these regions of trying to get the local community and local representatives to be able to upskill themselves in getting the fisheries data, but also taxonomic data.
Thank you, Sarah and Tristan. It's a pleasure to be part of this session. And like you said, I'm currently working in FAO, specifically under the EAF Nansen program. So the EAF, the acronym stands for the Ecosystem Approach to Fisheries. And understanding this approach is key to sort of giving an alternative, sort of a solution to the issue at hand. So this approach advises or guides fisheries management to consider the fact that a lot of players, a lot of stakeholders are working in the ocean space. It's not possible to just go and do your work if you are an oceanographer or you are a fisheries manager, one aspect of the maritime or the ocean things, right? So you actually need to bring everybody on the table. So in terms of educational background, you want your scientists, but you also want your fishermen. You want students, you want male and female. So it's about intentionality, ensuring that different voices are included in identifying the problems, monitoring the problem, and looking for solutions to the issue. And that's where data comes in. We need data for all the different aspects or different levels of this chain. So it has to be intentional. you need to set a strategy. You need to monitor whatever strategy you put in place. You need to indicate what is success, what is failure, who is doing what information are you expecting from which person. And then if any of these stakeholders lack some sort of capacity in their role, you're supposed to ensure that whether it's a male or female or a youth or an adult, they have the capacity to actually work and work efficiently to provide the information or the responsibility that we are relying on them to do. So with ECOPs in FAO and the EF Nansen program, we consider them under the youth, which is the broad United Nations definition. I know the definition for UN ECOPs is a bit wider. It includes people beyond the 35 age, but within the FAO, it's up to 35 years. And like you said, yes, we have highly experienced people who are less than 35 years. And we need to recognize them as an intentional stakeholder. We need to build capacity. We need to pay them. It's not cheap. It's not, they don't have to be paid less because they are young. We need to respect what they have to offer. We need to put measures in place to ensure that they can provide, they can enjoy, and as a whole, we benefit. So ECOPs to the Nansen, the EF Nansen program and to FAO is very important, the early career. And we are intentional about putting in quotas. Percentage of people trained should be under 35 years. We need a strategy to build capacity. We need to be intentional. So I'll stop here before I take the whole time. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Yo. And speaking to myself, I already participate of the Nansen program here in Africa on providing capacity in taxonomy of fish taxonomy. And it was wonderful to see, for example, observers that never been in contact with getting scientific data before in that level of detail, and how amazing they came out after these workshops were conducted, like how they were also proud of themselves that they were able to recognize these species, or make a review about a group of species at that level. And after that, I see they carry on excitedly to get new data and providing more information for the experts. We constantly have WhatsApp popping up from them, after a few months saying, look, I think I found a new species or something. So it's really a good example of good best practices. And I think in co-design, so we can engage with the whole levels, the whole, like you all say, the whole value chain of this ocean data generation. Bryce, you would like to comment on here too on this?
Yeah, sure. A lot's already been covered, but yeah, and just to say, it's great to be here. So thank you, especially Tristan, who invited me. Yeah, just maybe to try and add a slightly different angle. So I'm just loving all the perspectives I've heard so far. I'm obviously based in the UK, and I'm lucky enough that we have some really good frameworks for collecting and storing and disseminating data. However, there's still a lot of data that gets collected that never gets into those frameworks. And I think that's quite a significant issue. So, part of my job is in the academic field. We're all under pressure to be doing lots of interesting research and bringing in the research money and hopefully having an impact. But often the data gets collected and then it will sit on somebody's laptop and never see the light of day. And recently I was involved in a project funded by the UK government, and it was a stipulation of that project that our data had to go into this central repository, which happens to be run by my organization, which was quite useful. But I think that was really good because we did have to do a bit of work to get it into the right format for them. We were also, again, being scientists, you don't want to just give everything away straight away. And obviously, if you're working with social science data, you have to be considerate of sensitivities around it as well, and ethical angles. So you do need support. You need to have that framework set up. You need generally support from the staff to do that, to get in the right format. but also I think there needs to be a bit more pressure on the people. I'm not talking about people with very little resources, but maybe scientists like me and my colleagues to actually make sure their data is gathered and stored in a central place where others can use it in the future. So I really see that as a key priority.
Thank you so much for. Oh, Sarah, go ahead, please.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say that I was thinking about that just before you spoke, Bryce, that I was thinking sometimes we do have some important institutions like the natural history museums, not pushing too much on museums because I'm from the marine biodiversity area. I have been working my whole life in museums, and I see how important it is to keep those scientific collections up and running and keeping the data coming in and also out. The problem is also keeping the data out in terms of accessibility for everyone. But I was thinking about at university that don't have connection with scientific collections or museums, natural history museums, and how many of those PhD theses that haven't been published or master's theses that haven't been published, but they have good data. That unfortunately the university doesn't have this central database to get all this data and you know, like collect them and have the rights over it for some time after the student or the supervisor say, okay, now I think we can let go and publish for the world, for the world to access. So maybe something that we should recommend definitely for the, you know, the university and the scientific institutes that don't have a in-house database management to think about it.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. I fully agree, and I think there's so much out there which has to be made accessible somehow. And thank you for the expertise. We can go a bit longer into this roundtable discussion because I think it's a very great thing, and I'm going to be the host of the next session as well. And I think we can sacrifice some time from that because for now we have not heard from our fourth contributor. And I'm just going to like I already introduced you, but I maybe pose one question immediately. So we had the slide. The fourth question was basically, can you propose one or two keywords that come to your mind related to inclusivity of ECOPs and ocean governance? And since you work in that sector, and we had like most of the comments were like, okay, the ECOPs can bring potential innovation in this sector, but as well, it has to be, we have to move a bit beyond just talking about it and actually do it. So Sasha, I want to give you the stage and not talk any longer. Thank you.
For the question. So yes, I can talk a little bit about it since IPOS was this new emerging platform just have been launched yesterday fully here in Nice. We've been trying, I'm not saying that we've done a perfect job, but we've been trying to meaningfully engage ECOPs throughout this 3-year process of setting up the platform, which partly was like through direct engagements with different networks, writing position papers that will also launch later this week. We'll also be formalizing some of the connections or collaborations with the existing networks, including the UNECOP network, some of the youth networks, some of the regional networks as well. But I think the most currently meaningful thing that we've done is that we've had this knowledge community development team. So this was a team of people that was building up how IPOS's services will be delivered and how the whole platform will be functioning, which was composed of 43% of ECOPs, mainly from the Global South, and some of them also not coming from the academia. So we had some small-scale fishers. So the P of the ECOPs, like the professionals with the specific local knowledges that have been mentioned before in the discussion as part of this group shaping what IPOS will now be. And then most of these people will now also be transferring into the actual knowledge committee of IPOS going forward. So the people that will be looking at the requests coming from states, shaping the way that the experts that will be selected to respond to state requests and produce knowledge services for policy to be formalized. Coming to some of the points that came out of the polls that you had and the need for financing, for example. So IPOS as such will not be able to provide jobs directly, but it will provide honoraria. So the ECOPs that will be part of the groups that will respond to these requests will be paid same as any other expert. So again, also I think to Yo's point, yeah, there will not be a difference whether you are a seasoned professor or an ECOP, like the honorarium for the participation in the group will be the same. And we are committing, we'll see how much we can do it when we actually start responding to requests this autumn, to have ECOPs involved in all of the groups that will be delivering these services. In co-chair position, some of them, but also just being there and making sure through equity guidelines from moderation from the Secretariat that their voices will have to be heard and taken on board. So it is still a bit of a learning experience. We're doing better in some cases than others. So we still have events where we go too high level and then the ECOPs often do not get invitations. We are trying to get better, and there are still feedbacks that we're getting from the ECOPs, from the knowledge committee, from social scientists there that about things not being done well enough or still having elements of tokenism. And we're trying to develop and adapt and improve as we go forward. So I think this kind of level of reflexivity is also important. So for now, I think we're doing some stuff that are really quite nice and cool and will be important going forward and hopefully also spread out to other platforms. But there's still also work to be done. And so we're also still very happy to get feedbacks from you guys, telling us where we haven't done well enough and where we have to improve, and then we can do what we can to do better in the future.
Thank you, Sasso. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's a wonderful initiative that IPOS is putting in place now with the new project in between the science to policy interface. And just to remind that we the ECOPs, we are a group very energetic. We are young, as you could see from the presentations today. We are energetic, we are creative, and we are an available workforce. Right? Many of us sometimes are in the limbo situation, transitioning from one fellowship to another or looking for jobs, and we have qualifications. So it's a really good group of stakeholders to perhaps contribute more effectively of providing this kind of services worldwide. So thank you so much for Pierre and everyone for IPOS for this wonderful initiative. But bringing again this discussion surrounding the inclusivity of ECOPs within the science to policy interface and the common management policy development, we have here, for example, one contribution from Mugaka about the youth focal points that some of the regional conventions are adopting. So I would like to hear from you, Sasso. How do you see that coming? Because it's like we say, we need to move away from the tokenism, and we need to make this really achievable. So one of the problems of embracing these kind of initiatives is that there is no follow-up from the group of ECOPs. So how do you see that? So if you see that this is a solution for the regional frameworks to be more inclusive and more integrative, let's say, it's not only inclusive. We don't want only just be sitting on the quota seats of the big discussions. We would like to have a follow-up. So I would like you to comment into that, please.
Of course. Yes, so I mean, I can comment first on what we're already doing. So, for example, we've had a number of pilot projects, two of which have been coordinated by ECOPs. So one in Costa Rica and one on the deep sea mining, both coordinated by ECOPs, which was great. Some of, like the deep sea one, having some follow-up by the French state already this spring. The Costa Rican one is finishing now here at UNOC. The other thing that we are currently planning to do to move beyond, so we also, we heard this feedback on the focal points, and we have considered it as part of the position paper that we've elaborated together now. I think for the next 2 years, we might not be following up on the focal points yet because the funding is a bit restricted for now. So we'll keep one core secretariat, not yet the regional points. But the regional focal points of IPOS will be set up in the next 2 years, hopefully. So the discussions are ongoing tomorrow, especially with the regional sea conventions. So we hope that we will be able to get this regional decentralized setup with then also the liaisons with the youth and ECOP networks. But we'll be doing this week, on Thursday actually, is that we'll start signing the memorandums of understanding with the commitments of including ECOPs. So we have 3 currently agreed. One is with the UNOC program, one is with the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, and another one with the EMECAN of IMBER. Obviously, we are open to more. It's just that these 3 have responded in a relatively tight time frame before UNOC. So basically, these memorandum MOUs will commit IPOS to keep including ECOPs directly. So we will be liaising with the networks that will have signed those directly. So when the requests come in, the requests for experts will go to these networks as well. We will be including them in the governance structures of IPOS that are now being set up to start running in September. So we are moving that way. So we're trying to move beyond just talking about it and starting to directly include people in. I think the members of the Knowledge Development Committee team, that the ECOP members of it, have been invited to join the full knowledge committee team, full knowledge committee that is now hoping, well, it will have to start functioning by September. So we will keep these places of influence for ECOPs there, and then start liaising directly with the networks in lieu of the full liaisons or focal points. But we are moving hopefully to that direction as soon as IPOS gets settled within the UN system hopefully in the next 2 years.
Thank you, Sasto. Thank you so much. In terms of the youth focal points, I think it's also good to highlight here that some of these frameworks and conventions are also taking these focal points quite serious and incorporated them in decision making. For example, on designing common management approaches of ocean resources. Bryce, you would like to comment into that?
Well, I think, I'm not that familiar with this program, but I certainly encourage it. So basically, from my own experience, as well as being a researcher, I've worked at a university now as a lecturer for probably 20 years, and you talked before about ECOPs being sort of passionate and motivated and energetic, and that is certainly my experience. But more than that, I think you bring new perspectives. And also new skills as well. So one of the things that constantly impresses me, with the younger generation, is the sort of more creative skills, and in terms of science communication, that us older scientists don't necessarily have. We do our best. But of course, the other side of things is you guys are the ones who are going to be doing the work. Moving forward, we are at a crucial point in the ocean's history. I really do think the next sort of 20 to 25 years are absolutely fundamental. And, in my own work, it's a challenging, I don't need to say this to you guys, this is a challenging field to work in. I'm trying to find the balance between fisheries and conservation. I don't seem to be able to keep anyone happy, because I try to find that middle ground, but there are ways, and I think part of the skill set that you need to develop is resilience, personal resilience, so that you will persevere through those, those harder, more challenging times. And some of the, sometimes you get a bit of flack in this field, don't you? You get a bit of criticism. It hurts, but you got to stick true to the cause. So I think again, just to sort of summarize, yes, absolutely. I think it's a great thing, but we need to make sure that people are prepared for what's ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bryce, and completely on point. I was just proposing, I sacrifice a bit on the next session, but we're taking a lot of time, and I think this conversation could go on for hours probably. But maybe since you already wrapped up like a point of view of yours, maybe we can, all of the other 3 contributors could as well have a last statement, and then we move on to the next session. Just what kind of take-home message, or what kind of message do you have to ECOPs? You've all been at that stage as well. Things have changed as we have heard, as Bryce has pointed out now as well. But what is like one last statement you would like to give to our audience today? Maybe Joe, you can start.
Sure. So this intergenerational aspect that Bryce raised is super important. And in the FAO, specifically with the EA financing program, we've identified that a lot of our scientists, fisheries managers, those that are doing the work in the ocean space are getting old. So if we don't take the opportunity to train the next generation, it's going to be a catastrophe in a few years when the older ones start retiring. So I use the word intentionality. So we cannot just keep saying nice things. We need to show the numbers. We need to involve. It starts with quotas. So I've heard a few people, Sasso mentioned it, right? Maybe set a quota, appoint specific people at a certain age to do certain things. It's them practicing. They may make mistakes, but it has to be intentional. They need to be monitored. They need to be given the capacity, and then they step into the roles. There's no other way. We need to invest the different programs, and Sarah knows this. There's too much fragmentation. All the different programs, we need a way to bring it all together so that the support is not spread thin, so that at least they can actually have substantial impact on growing the next generation for the ocean sciences. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yo. Luciana, you would like to leave a last message for the ECOPs community?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you also for the other colleagues in the roundtable for sharing your insights. I would say stick together. I think it is really good to see rising numbers of young career, and not so young, I think. But also, I think what Bryce said, which I think is very important, is we all need to accept that not everybody is going to be happy. In these governance issues, there's a lot of compromise. We need to compromise. We have to be mindful that everybody has to be a little unhappy so that the solution eventually will be good for everybody. And I think that resilience and taking small steps can lead to greater change. So thanks, and I think I'll leave it with that.
Thank you so much, Luciana. Sasso?
Yeah, I would agree with everything that has been said already, and just add it, keep engaging with us. So I think, as you said, ECOPs are among the most driven, energetic, inspiring members of the ocean community. So keep showing up for us, and also hold us accountable. So like we've made all of these promises now, we need to deliver on them. So we might not deliver on everything, but do keep telling us when we don't. So I think it's important to keep this feedback loop. So because otherwise we will not get better, and it needs to serve the future of the ocean. So without this intergenerational equity and justice, we will not get far. So yes, keep engaged and hold us accountable.
Thank you so much, Sasso. And I think now we unfortunately have to close our roundtable. Thank you so much for all the discussions today, Luciana, Sasso, Bryce, and Yo. It was wonderful to have you here in this exciting discussions surrounding how we can empower the ECOPs and also be more inclusive in the next 5 years of the ocean decade. This is wonderful. Thank you so much for each one of you. Thank you so much for all the contributors of today from all over the world. It was an amazing session. Thank you for all the amazing projects you're undertaking out there. I know it's challenging, you're feeling alone, but we are here for you. Please reach out to the ECOP program if you can, and we can try to support you somehow and engage you more actively with you. Thank you so much. And I'll hand over to Tristan. Tristan will stay, and I'll have to go.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. And I think it will great contributions. I'm not going to add anything to that. You guys are all amazing. Keep up the good work. Thanks for the roundtable taking the time, and sorry again for taking a bit longer to my contributors of the next session. So with this last statement, I'm going to close the session. Thank you so much. We're going to have a quick mobile journalist interview from Marie before we get into our next session. So, John, I know that it's already quite late in Australia, but if you could hang on another 5 minutes, that would be amazing. And then we're going to go over to the next Ocean Action Panel session. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, hello, thank you. So we are back here in Nice. This time we're at La Baleine, which is basically the whale. And I think you can imagine why it's called that way. It really looks like a rib cage. And this is the huge exhibition center in Nice. And this is where the green zone for the UN Ocean Conference is. And I'm joined now by Emmanuelle Perrier-Bardou and by her living room. At least this used to be her living room for 3 days and night. How was that, Emmanuelle?
Yes, exactly. We have been living inside the capsule down there in French Polynesia for 3 days and 3 nights, and then turning with another team.
So that guy in there, that's basically your husband, or representing your husband. And the two of you, you have been sleeping and working in here on the ocean floor in 20 meters depth. That's really impressive. Why did you do that?
Yeah, I mean, the problem with the diving is the time. And so we wanted to extend the time we spend under the water to observe the coral reef and how it works globally, at days, at night. And we ended with the idea of having a very simple habitat, which name is capsule, to spend extended time at depths and being able to dive without limit of time.
So as you heard, Emmanuelle is a diver and an explorer, and you're also co-founder of Under the Pole, an NGO that does marine exploration. And we're going to have you tomorrow at our breakfast TV on board of Research Vessel Meteor from 9 to 10. So if you want to hear more about Emmanuelle's experiences on the bottom of the sea, on the ocean floor, then please stay tuned and join us tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central European Time on the Meteor. And now over to you, the Ocean Action Panels.
Manuel, and I encourage you as well to check out tomorrow morning's session at 9 a.m. And I mean, some people might already know me here, which are still hanging in from the last session. So my name is Tristan. I'm a PhD student at the University of Aveiro, Portugal, as well part of the ECOP program for Europe, Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. And without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to my co-host, Padma Shri from India, to introduce herself, and then we get in directly to our next contribution. And sorry for the delay once again. And thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you, Tristan. Greetings to all. Welcome to OAP 9. And the panel is mainly looking at promoting the role of sustainable food from the ocean for poverty eradication and food security. Today, we have 4 contributors from across different parts of the world. And we would, before going into the session, I would just give you a quick brief on what is the aim of the session. The aim of OAP is mainly to spotlight innovative contributions, research and fieldwork of early career professionals, which help advance the goal of sustainable ocean-based systems in addressing the poverty and enhancing the food security. This session aims to amplify youth voices, showcase their innovation, and also bring out the intergenerational collaboration and their inspiring stories. So we are glad to have all of you with us. And without further ado, I would now go ahead and introduce our first contributor of the session, John Aquino. John Aquino is from Australia, and he works as part of 7 hectares. It's a project which envisions sustainable organic aquaculture production to provide seafood. This is mainly to meet the demand of the growing global population. So we are happy to have you amongst us, John. You can go ahead with your presentation.
All right. Hold a sec. This one. Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's good night here in Australia. I'm John from Townsville, Queensland, and I've been doing this project since 2015, but become really and boom. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, all good, John.
All right, perfect. Yeah. Yes. I've been doing the project since 2015, and lately it become what we envisioned in 2015 become realized in the past 3 years. So basically, we're promoting sustainable methodology at 7 hectares. We're trying to produce organic food without any human intervention or chemicals. So in this presentation, I would present the overview of the vision, who is 7 hectares, our location in the Philippines, what's the core principles of 7 hectares, how we started, what are the challenges that we've been tackled, and the possible solutions that we did, our species, and the activities recently that we do in 7 hectares. So basically the vision or the bird's eye view of having 7 hectares way back 2015 was because of the over exploitation of our ocean. And also we observe, as I said here in the second point, just want to emphasize this, that there's a fast harvesting of ocean produce compared to reproduction from the fish. So we observe recruitment overfishing and other types of overfishing. And the contributor factors of the decline of our fisheries from the ocean would be overfishing, poaching, unregulated practices, which is very common in Southeast Asian countries, global warming, and pollution. So these are the topics that we are trying to address at 7 hectares. And 7 hectare is a 10-year aquaculture pond facility that practices sustainable methodology. As I said, we started 2015, just a group of people having the same passion and idea on promoting responsible and sustainable aquaculture, not only to look at the aquaculture perspective, but also to look at ecosystem and fisheries. So in 7 hectares, we are having all our crops and farm elements observed, and we assess their positive, negative contribution in a healthy natural ecosystem. And by saying that, it means that we don't introduce any chemical in the system. It's just the way how Mother Nature or how the pond ecosystem works for the food and for the produce that we do or we produce at 7 hectares. And we try to ensure as well at 7 hectares that everyone fits like a puzzle, so together, and everything has a balance. So I will discuss that more later in the next slide. So our vision is to be a premier leader of sustainable aquaculture of the high-end indigenous species. So we're working on native species in the Philippines, and most of them are tropical species. And we envision as well to be a hub of promoting or sustainable and responsible aquaculture around not only in the Philippines but globally, to teach how to produce fish without destroying our ocean, destroying our ecosystem in general. So, and this is with different species development programs that we do currently, and with some partnerships not only in the Philippines but some in Japan. Also, we have also like different partners all over the world. And also these partnerships and the species program development are geared towards much more of developing science-based technology to produce fish for the growing population, not only in the Philippines, but hope in a global stage or setup. So our location is located in Saravia Negros Occidental. It's in the middle part of the Philippines. So you can see there's so much water involved in here. The farm is 800 to 900 meters away from the ocean. It is 45 minutes away from the airport. It is surrounded by mangroves. It has its own water, freshwater source, and our water is distributed in of a system. We call it flume system. So definitely, there's a big pump that supply water. So this, if you can see this photo at the background, so there's a flume system here in the middle that will supply each pond with water. So our core principles in 7 hectares is 2 words. We do respect and sustainability. Respect to the mother nature, or in general, the earth, and producing fish, respect our produce. So we have this integrity in doing production without, and making sure that we don't use artificial feeds or any man-made feeds to feed the fish or to grow the fish, and let the fish grow based on its biology, based on the water chemistry, based on what's happening in the flora and fauna that we set up for the fish, and also respect for the people who have hard work on working or producing fish. So we thought of having respect because when you say respect, you're giving like an integrity to your work, and integrity to the ocean, and integrity to your produce. But also we want it sustainable. So basically what we do at 7 hectares is we produce food based on science, based on logics. That makes sense. So in 7 hectares, we don't feed artificial feeds, we don't do growth hormones, we don't do intensive farming, and we don't do shortcuts. So what happened at 7 hectares is we produce fish based on a prey and predator relationship. So let's say for a bara, we feed like milkfish, a herbivorous fish. We grow the milkfish in another pond, and then once they are in a good size, we put them in the, let's say, in the pond of barramundi, and let's say snapper or any carnivorous fish, and let them chase their food. So that's like how we grow the production. So at first, when we do this, this is the pond. They are abandoned prawn ponds before, and then at first we are looking just producing milkfish. So milkfish is the national fish of the Philippines, so there's a market for that. But later on, there's other species coming in the pond. Let's say the Australian barramundi, we call it pulgan in the Philippines, and we find it in the Philippines, pulgan or barramundi is a pest. But then later on, we found a market for this one by producing it organically. And before we used milkfish as our main product, but now milkfish is one of the prey or the food for these carnivorous species. I think the main reason why we want to produce organic food is it's because with the human intervention in intensive farming, it destroying the pond system, not only the pond system, but also the effluence of the water going back to the ocean. So this is the challenges that we tackle in 7 hectares, like the perception of artificially farmed fish, highly intensive practices. So in 7 hectares, we do extensive farming, and then we indiscriminate artificial feeding mainly because we don't know what's happening down there at the soil or in the water or the effluent that going back to the ocean. And also we look at different the issue of biosecurity in a pond system, the destruction of seabed natural environment, especially when we do cage culture, and the breeding, because
John,
in a
just
pond.
without interrupting for too long, you have 1 minute to wrap up, okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So as I said earlier, our solutions are repurposing the inland ponds, doing responsible stocking and pond restorations. And these are the crops that we recently produced at 7 hectares. And we also work with different chefs to know the market and what's the trend. And also we have the nursery system in the area and a grow. Sorry, I'm just pushing this through. And these are the victuals productions that we do. So we do also organic fertilizers in the ponds. And recently we do a carbon sink and carbon dioxide baseline assessment. If you have some questions later, I have the QR code beside there. And we're trying, and now we're looking at expanding the nursery and grow out operations. And the food traceability is another project, and a project on the hub that I was telling you earlier. And we also involving community in this project, where we work on the locals to produce or train them to produce sustainably. And yeah, I think that's it. I was just want to emphasize respect and sustainability, not only for the produce, but the way you produce the fish, because we need to conserve the ocean along the production as well. I think that's all. Sorry, it was a bit rushed.
No, thank you, John, and thank you so much for the insight. I think it's a great project, and you often hear that, okay, aquaculture is a solution, but it has to be done sustainably. And I think you have a great approach involving a lot of different disciplines in your research, in your whole project, and amazing work. And I encourage everybody to scan the code, John, especially if you're in aquaculture. Thank you so much for your contribution. Highly appreciated. And sorry that I had to cut you off a bit, but it was a great talk.
Fine.
And I hand over to our mobile journalist Alessandro right now, because he has an interview partner. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you.
And we are back here. We were swallowed by the whale again. And I gotta say, I'm a little bit starstruck, because who I have here by my side was one of my earliest influences to get more involved with the ocean. Eloisa has been sailing for, what, 40 years at this point?
41 years.
41 years. And one of the first pieces of documentary, and actually more than that, a Brazilian film about the ocean that I watched was actually was telling the story of your trip with your family around the world, following the Magellan route. So, and of course, like since then, you've done other long crossings, and you have developed other programs. And let's start from the beginning. How did you even get on boats in the first place? How did that all started?
Well, it really started on a vacation, my husband and I. We didn't know anything about sailing. I am from Rio. I was used to the beach. He was from in landlocked, Blumenau in Santa Catarina. But we were on vacation, and then we went to St. Thomas in the Caribbean. The two of us, we left the kids with my mother, and we went sailing for the first time on a day trip, on a day charter. And the moment we step our feet on this boat, it starts sailing, it was love at first sight. Really, we fell in love with the art of sailing. It was a beautiful day, everything was perfect. Just to know that the boat was sailing just with the wind, it was like enough to make us fall in love.
It's the feeling that you get when you go out, and then the engine that people used to maneuver within the pier gets turned off, and then you see how silently you can go just with the wind. It's just it's I understand.
It is amazing. It's magic.
I know exactly what you mean. So since then, you followed the Magellan route. Can you tell us? So that was, if I understand correctly, that was the first time that you worked with film, really, right? Because I know that your son is a filmmaker. Can you tell us how that decision to be like more than just a family sailing, but also bring media into it? Can you tell us like about the decision to move to that?
Yes, and actually after that sail, it took us 10 years to go really sailing. We took the kids from school, they went sailing with us, and they were 7, 10, and 15. And our middle son, David, when he was 16, he left the boat, you know, teenager, and decided to study film and television. And he was the one that had the camera. We bought him, and he started filming from the moment we went across the Panama Canal. So it was from there on that we started documenting everything we did on the trips. After that, we spent 10 years sailing on this first trip around the world. And then we went a second one on Magellan, 3 years. And then on an expedition or an Orient expedition, another 2 years. And we are on our 4th trip around the world. I am really hooked up on sailing.
Oh my God, this is such a dream. And from the first sailboat, now you got a little bit more room, if I understand. So can you tell us a little bit, now you have the Veleiro Cat, like the cat sailboat. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, Veleiro Cat was, you know, with a conception to be an eco sailing boat, and then we built it from scratch in a fishing boat yard in Brazil, and then we incorporated all the wind generator, sun generator, and also water generator, which you know, propellers like generate our electricity. And we have a room to separate our trash. We have a trash compactor also, and we have a compost on the boat. So if we can do all that to protect our, you know, backyard, which is the ocean, everybody can do that in a house or in an apartment, no?
I mean, there is no excuse. I think I heard one time one quote that like being on a boat, you really realize that whatever you have, whatever you generate that is waste, it doesn't just go away. Because, you know, if you have a boat that's for gray water, for example, a lot of boats just have a straight pipe into the ocean. If you're just washing your hands in the sink, you know that if you're washing your hands in the sink, it's just going to go into the ocean.
Not us. We have, you know, it was built in Brazil, especially for us, a treatment that not only all the water it treats, and also we have ultraviolet lamps that cleans up the whole thing. And we have, of course, the water maker. We drink water from the sea. So we, you know, return to the sea all this water very clean.
This is so inspiring. Like you're making things that I hear from so many different sailors that like, oh, this is we just cannot do this. Speaking of taking care of our backyard, you have a very, very interesting project going on. Can you tell us about the Voice of the Ocean?
Yes, after being around the world for 3 times, we saw the invasion of the plastic and also the climate change that affect us directly. You know, we are sailors. And we decided when we came back after seeing in one atoll, West Fayou, one little beach full, and we collected 10 big plastic bags to be delivered in Guam, which is a naval base for recycling. We decided to do something to give back to the ocean and to leave a legacy for the young generation. So we came back to Brazil together with ambientalists and professors and scientists. What can we do? And that's how we create the Voice of the Ocean. It's a family-based project, but also we have like pillars. We have education, we have innovation, and we have also arts, you know, and communication, because that's what we know how to do best.
And I like what I just like how I started this interview is also it's a testament to that. So you said, we were talking before we started here, that there is a part of it that is abroad, so to speak, which is on the boat, and there's also a Brazilian component to it. Can you tell us a little bit about what each side does?
Yes, we have also the scientific side that works in the boat with when somebody comes and do a research, but we have onshore also the scientific part with the University of São Paulo and University of Santa Catarina Univale. And then we did a project recently by car, not by boat. And then 4 scientists drove from Santa Catarina 10,000 kilometers to Belém do Pará. And they were collecting shells and seashells to analyze and see what kind of microplastic we are eating. So it is also a food safety project. And we do different projects, all different projects also. You do beach cleaning, and we work with the children, a lot of educational program, because that's the base. For me, is very important. It's fundamental that we have, the kids learning about our ocean.
Belém, you mentioned Belém, exactly where also we're going to have a crucial meeting towards the end of this year, about which actually you're about to hold a panel here as well. To wrap it up, what is a message that you have for other early career ocean professionals that also want to maybe expand more into communication from their science perspectives, or go more into even like an interested in sailing? Do you have a message for them?
Yes, first that we have to take care of the whole planet, but the ocean being 75% of our Earth, and we have to focus in taking care of our oceans. And also believe in yourself. If you want to go after a career as a person who's going to be taking care of marine biologist, oceanographer, what you choose, believe in yourself, study hard. It's very important. Research, be curious about, and set a date, because all dreams, you have to set a date, because if you don't have set a date, you won't do it. And I invite you all to be the voice of the ocean.
Thank you, Eloisa. Thank you very much. Back to you at the studio.
Thank you, Ale. Thank you very much for your insights from your interview part, and what a great thing to hear about. Without further ado, I'm going to jump into the next presentation from Farian Jovantra. Farian, are you with us? Perfect, I can see you. I'm not going to introduce you for too long, but Farian is going to talk a bit about seaweed farmers today. And again, sorry for the delay, as this is a hybrid event. These things happen. Happy that you still stick with us. I just would be very grateful if we would not produce any more delays. So encourage you to stay within the 10-minute time slot. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. And yeah, glad to be here. I'm from Indonesia, more specifically in Bali, and I'm here. I want to share to you about our experience. I'm sorry about our portfolio in the seaweed sector. So first things first, as an introduction, my name is Farian, or you can call me Ryan if you want. Currently based in Bali, and we are an NGO or an R&D lab that focuses on social and environmental issues. And what we do is we basically have 3 pillars. First is to identify unmet needs, basically through research, and then testing out potential solutions through experimentations and also pilot testing and impact assessments, and also amplifying our impact through spin-offs of our projects. And then because we work in a number of sectors, from agriculture, aquaculture as well, water, sanitation, hygiene, education, climate as well. For today, I would like to emphasize on our past experiences in the seaweed sector. So in Indonesia, we currently have been working in 5 provinces, from the most eastern province in Aceh to the most western one in Papua, where we conduct various kind of activities in every stage of the cultivation process, from seedling, planting, to post-harvest processing, or basically developing value-added products from seaweed. And the type of activities, as you can see here, we have research or the identifying of the unmet needs, experimentations like playing with soil dryers, testing out seedling nurseries that we're currently doing in Maluku, and then community development. And just last year, we have published this unmet needs report. So this is an in-depth research about seaweed sector in Indonesia, with a primary focus in the province of Papua. And in here, we've basically investigated the challenges of the seaweed sector, most specifically those faced by the seaweed farmers in the entirety of the seaweed value chain, and not only identifying the challenges, but also the respective solutions as well. And we're glad to say, because of this research, we have identified the challenges. We found that the challenges faced in Papua is similar faced by other provinces in Indonesia as well, from what we have experienced from our past projects in other provinces. And it really deepens our understanding of this, how large the impact of this sector to the community, most specifically coastal to small island communities. And you can check it out if you want in our website to access this report at copernic.info. And to give a bit of sneak peek of the report, so we've identified that the seaweed sector in Indonesia has not been really tapped into its full potential. As you can see here, from the aspect of cultivation area, we've only tapped in around 0.85% from the 102,000 hectares of potential cultivation area. And then, speaking of processing wise, we only tested out, we've only processed only 65% of seaweed, processed seaweed. And it's unfortunate to say that the seaweed is mostly on its raw form, not in its processed form, like food or chemical products, for example, which is a very added value to the seaweed product. And then, as you can see here, we've categorized it from the simplest type of product to the most sophisticated one that can be processed by small scale communities. And we figured that the more complex the products, the more margin that can be gained by the smallholder communities, as you can see here. But the challenges also exist as well in developing more sophisticated products. And then, as you can see here, from all of the 34 provinces in Indonesia, it's 26 of provinces that is specifically targeted related to seaweed. And currently, we are now focusing in Maluku, which is one of the provinces with this primary focus from the Indonesian government, specifically from the Ministry of Fisheries. And because in Maluku, the process is somewhat advanced compared to other regions, this province is mostly focusing on the downstream of the seaweed sector, most specifically on the post-harvest processing and product diversification. And we're coming into the project that I'm currently leading in Maluku. So as you can see here, the project location is at a very small island called Osi Island. And in length, it's even not reaching 1 kilometer wide. So it's very small, very dense, and the majority of the communities are seaweed farmers and also fishermen as well. And yeah, this is a picture of the seaweed community. And at its peak around 2022 to 2023, I'm sorry, 2020 to 2021, or right at COVID, they were really profiting from the seaweed market, reaching to around 0.7 to $2.57 in US dollars, which is a lot compared to other regions in Indonesia. If we were to compare other regions in Indonesia, it's only perhaps 50 cents of dry tealing. So they really profit a lot, and they can yeah, develop their livelihood from there. They can put their children to school, they can develop housing, and so on. And
Ariane, without
however,
interrupting you for too long, could you wrap up within 1 minute? That would be amazing.
okay, so I will go directly to the solution, the threats. Because it's a small island, it faced challenges like any other small islands as well, like waste management, coral mining, and then there's also destructive fishing. And we've already seen the traces of the destructive activities. And then this is solutions that we will implement, the experiments that we'll conduct to develop their own resilient seedlings, the community workshop for them, and also the product diversification activities. So that is the summary of my presentation. I will give it back to you, Tristan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianne, and what a great topic. I think the whole seaweed topic is so overlooked oftenly that I'm always happy to see presentations like this, and it's as well a great source of income for all the communities which depend so much on it. I don't see any questions right now in the chat, and since we are already behind schedule, which of course is as well my fault, I would like to thank you very much. Please, if anybody has questions, contact Farian directly, and thank you once again for hanging in, and I hand over to our next speaker, who I see are two actually. So it's Lisa Carendieta, and they are going to talk about microalgae as an alternative omega-3 resource. The stage is yours, guys.
Yeah, welcome to our presentation about microalgae as an alternative source of omega-3 fatty acids. We both did our bachelor at the University of Hohenheim, and there in our bachelor thesis we worked with the microalgae Phylactylum trichinotum. It's a diatom, and it's subjected to the Novel Food Act, but not yet authorized as an ingredient in Europe. And the microalgae has a very high content of EPA. And so we wanted to see to what extent do microalgae, in particular PT, have the potential to be integrated into diet as an alternative source of EPA to fish. So the base was, we did some calculations to see how much PT we need to include in a meal. And we took the German diet recommendations for fish to see how much EPA you will get in by that. And you need to consume 2.5 grams of the microalgae Phylactylum trichinotum to consume the same amount. And in the next step, we did 3 different tasting studies, one with different fillings in filled noodles, one with different concentrations in a pesto, and one with different food products. And we will explain them further in the following section. So first, we tried 3 different fillings. And we were able to see that a filling with a basil lemon pesto was best accepted. It even reached an acceptance index of 100%, meaning that nobody rated them lower than 6 points on the 9-point hedonic scale. And it was probably because the basil and the lemon flavor are very well to mask the fishy taste of the microalgae, which was also shown in other tasting studies. And yeah, here we included 2.5 grams of PT in one portion of filled noodles, meaning 3% in the pesto. Yes, as a part of a pharmacokinetic study, a sensory tasting was carried out. On different days, the participants were each given a portion of pasta with pesto containing different concentrations of the microalgae PT, specifically 3%, 4%, and 5%. The aim was to investigate the acceptance of the different concentrations. The results showed that the lowest concentration of 3% PT was best accepted. The acceptance index was highest here. In contrast, there were hardly any difference in the evaluation between 4 and 5% PT. Overall, however, it became clear that the color of the pestos with PT was rated particularly critically. It scored worse compared to the other sensory properties. In another more extensive tasting study, 64 people took part. They were given 5 different pestos and an algae meatball for sensory evaluation. P1 was an industrially produced seaweed patty with 3.5% PT. P2 was an industrially produced pesto with 4% PT. P3 was a homemade pesto, also with 4% PT, as a direct comparison to the industrial version. P4 containing 5% PT to investigate the effect of higher concentrations. P5 was enriched with 5% chlorella as a comparison to PT. And finally, P6 served as a control pesto without added age. The results showed that the control pesto was consistently rated best, both in terms of taste and overall acceptance. However, it is positive to emphasize that the pestos with PT were also well received overall. The acceptance index was consistently above 70%, which can be considered a success. On the other hand, it was critical that both the industrially produced meatball and the industrial pesto were rated lower than the other products, particularly in terms of taste and consistency. Once again, the color of the products containing PT was provided as rather negative. Yeah, so to conclude, we can say that PT has a great potential for nutrition because of its high valuable nutrients and can serve as an excellent ingredient in functional foods. PT might also serve as an alternative to fish because of its omega-3 fatty acids, and it could be used in plant-based fish alternatives and give them a natural fishy flavor. And we were able to see in the tasting studies that closed tortellini proved the highest acceptance, probably because of the problem with the color in other cases. And PT was accepted up to a concentration of 5% in pesto, but industrially manufactured products must be further optimized. Yeah. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Erin, for the interesting presentation. Yeah, it was really quite unique for us to know about the tasting factors of those things. And now we'll, I think the last contributor, we'll just wait for Mr. Timmer to join us. So then we'll go ahead with the discussions with our ECOPs. Tristan?
Yeah, thank you, Tree, and as well, thank you, girls, for your nice presentation. What an awesome bachelor project, to be honest, and I hope that this will benefit as well all local communities in Germany to get the right nutrition. Thank you so much. If anybody has questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to them via the chat. As we are a bit behind schedule, though missing one of our contributors, I would like to move on now to a little round table of some ECOP contributors we have invited today. It's actually 3 of them. So I'm going to introduce them real quick, and then we're going to engage a bit. And if you have any questions, please put them in the chat for our contributors. So I have today with me, I have Connor Savage, who is the ECOP coordinator for the UK regional node, national node, but as well the ECOP coordinator of ECOP Europe and one of my colleagues from this node. He's joining us today, I think, from England. Mariana de Moton, she's as well one of our fellows from ECOP Europe, but as well one of the national coordinators of the ECOP Netherlands node. So I'm happy that you're joining us from Nice, from the conference live. And then as well, we have Irene Balines, I hope I pronounced it correctly, from ECOP Philippines, joining us today, representing a bit the Asian region. So thank you that you are all here. And I'm just going to pose one question directly from my side. So we've been hearing a bit about where the ECOP program comes from, what has been done, but it's so many things. So I would like to hear from you, like how far have we come within the ECOP community? I mean, we have over 6,000 members, but what is your key point? Like when you saw the program developing, how did you feel about that? Maybe Connor, you can go first.
Yes, and thank you very much for having me here, Tristan. I think that is a absolutely fantastic question. As you say, we've seen a lot of success. We've grown exponentially. In my opinion, I'd say the biggest wins we've had is firstly building such a global community. As you said, there are thousands of us across the globe, numerous different national nodes, numerous different regional nodes. And the fact that we've built this truly global community together, built around these central ideals, these central tenets, I think has been absolutely fantastic. And connected to that, I think the fact that it's allowed us to bring people together that otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity to work together. Like, for instance, myself working with a background in industry, even though my academic background is in marine biology, I definitely wouldn't have found myself working with half the people I've been working with on the great stuff that we've done if it weren't for the program. So I really think the most important one there is that central community, the work that we've done, such as events, obviously as we have going on right now with Nice in terms of representation, making sure ECOP voices are being heard in the room, seen in the room, and most importantly, being worked with in the room as well, in terms of making sure their views are factored in. And then in regards to where we're looking forward to next, obviously maintaining a very high ambition, obviously maintaining the work to grow that we've committed to. But I think a really important one is making sure that we continue to build those connections, continue to ensure representation of ECOPs in the largest, but not just largest, but specialist ocean focused groups around the world as well. And then also, and I'm sure you've heard of this today, and I'm sure these discussions are going on in halls and rooms of ECOPs across the world, funding. So looking at avenues to secure funding for the program, looking at avenues to secure funding for individual ECOPs, individual initiatives by ECOPs, I think are absolutely critical as well. So I think that's where we are. Thanks, Tristan.
Yeah, cheers, Connor. And I mean, you are one of the kind of OGs of the ECOP program, and you've been watching this for quite a while. And I think everybody highly appreciates your work, and I appreciate you being here. We're still waiting for our ECOP Indonesia contributor, but maybe Mariana, since you are in ECOP Netherlands, you are at UNOC, maybe you can give us an expertise as well. How do you see this whole thing?
Thank you so much, Tristan. So I totally agree with Connor that it's so incredible that we get to work with so many people that we weren't able to work with if it wasn't because of the program. I think in conferences like this, it's a you will work with a lot of people online and then you actually get to meet them. But that doesn't take away the fact that we've been able to build such a good and strong network throughout the time, even if, you know, even if you don't get to go to an event like this. And in the end, for me at least, it has opened so many possibilities of not just having amazing collaborators around the world and being able to work in like big impact projects, but also making friends along the way everywhere. So it almost feels like you have a little home and pieces of people in one place or the other. So I think the community building has also been really, really important. And I agree with Connor as well. One of the main things that sometimes we're missing is funding, of course, as per usual. Also because even though we have created such a great network for us to work together, being able to reach so many milestones, even like regionally or nationally, still sometimes there's some difficulty within our communication channels. And I'm sure that if we got some more funding, we could actually have like a platform where we could ease communication, even if you have the opportunity or not to enter spaces like UNOC, right? So I think funding would be great, as well as, you know, ECOPs voices being heard, as Connor was mentioning, but not just for us to be invited as being one of the voices there, but that we actually have some power to make decisions. I think our next steps really have to be about finding the place where we have a seat at the table, where we can actually contribute in advising in the different research groups, because we have the skills, we have the connections now. I think we have really removed a big barrier when it comes to like where we come from, because that really doesn't matter, right? We all work together, and that really gives us an edge to be able to also participate within international dialogues, I think.
Thank you so much, Mariana. And I see, Farian, you want to say something. I might just give a quick comment on that from my perspective as well. Like, it always feels when we're getting together as ECOPs, like, I don't know, we cross so many borders, we cross so many disciplines, some whatever, but we still have a common ground, and that makes you feel a bit like family, actually. Yeah? And I think like every contribution I've heard today or throughout the entire event, it's just really great to see what everybody does, and everybody's making their way somewhat through this whole ocean science bubble, or the ocean itself. And it's amazing to see as well, what Bryce pointed out, how resilient these people are, how they keep on pushing, how we keep on pushing, and just a wonderful thing to see. But Farian, I think you wanted to comment.
I misheard when you called the previous speaker's name, but yeah, that's it. I misheard.
Okay, no problem at all. I mean, so we kind of know, like, we all have like the same sensation about how it feels, this whole ECOP program. But I mean, you've seen it rise over the past years. What do you think? Where are we going? What are our next steps we have to conduct? I mean, we saw that we have a big base of people. We all have a unity feeling. We all feel like family. What are our big next steps? What do you think we should try to achieve?
No, thank you, Tristan. That's another absolutely brilliant question. I think when we look forward, we have to look with what we've done well in the past and areas we can also improve, because there's no initiative, no group that is 100% flawless. As I mentioned during my intro, as well as Mariana mentioned this as well, I think one thing that we've done very well, and I also think timing and circumstances allowed this, is the rise of remote working has allowed us to collaborate internationally in a way that previously wasn't done, or even previously wasn't even feasible, to be quite frank. And as a result, I think that has helped us tremendously in terms of the speed of growth, and also the sort of work we've done with our online webinars, with our online work. Obviously, I know our work on the ground in person is absolutely fantastic as well. But I do think remembering, obviously, the work done online, the work done remotely, how it's able to bring people together globally. And it is almost, in many ways, a great equalizer in terms of with remote work, you don't have to worry about such things as travel costs, accommodation costs, where you're on the world to get to events, for instance, as we have going on in Nice. If you can work online, it is, as I said, a great equalizer in that regard. As long as you have an internet connection, the ability to join together online, you can work together online. So I think if I'm looking forward to the future, I think continuing to build that online community, focusing on ways to engage online remotely, I think is absolutely critical, in addition to, as was pointed out by myself and Mariana, the on the ground, in the room for the big discussions as well, not just speaking, not just being present, but being heard, having our decisions factored in, having that true seat at the table is absolutely critical. In addition to that, I do think that growth of nodes, for me personally, is a big one. So obviously we have many national nodes around the world now. We have a number of regional nodes. I think if we look to Europe being an example, I think growing national nodes within Europe is a big priority for myself as ECOP Europe nodes coordinator, and I know it's a big priority for all the deputies for the node as well in terms of the work that we want to do. So if there are people listening in, ECOPs listening into this, who are based in Europe, who don't have their own national node, please do feel free to reach out and we can see what we can do there. So I think growth for national nodes is absolutely critical, because whilst there are many overarching topics, issues, challenges we all face as a global community, I am hyper aware there are also many regional challenges, but also national challenges as well, that I do think national nodes and regional nodes can take a leading voice in tackling. So I'd say the growth of the national nodes and contributing to your regional nodes as well for the existing national nodes, I think is a really good one. But no, as I said, I think that funding is the key one, as I've already said. Having that seat around the table, and also a continuing focus on how we can engage online with communities that otherwise won't be able to get, because we all know the funding challenges we face. We all know that the funding landscape is getting tougher. I don't need to remind anyone of that. I think continuing to keep that in mind, continuing to ensure that we factor that in with the work that we're doing is going to be absolutely essential, not just today, but as we go forward, given the fact that we know this landscape isn't going to get easier anytime soon. But a lot of great work done, a lot of great work to be done, but I'm very hopeful for the future. Very hopeful. Thanks, Tristan.
Thank you so much, Connor. And I think that was a good wrap up, and as well referred to what was pointed out before, our resilience that we have to bring to the table and keep pushing. Maybe just as well to end this quick round table, our colleague from ECOP Indonesia wrote me that he cannot join because he's at the UNOC conference and he's been interrupted, which is normal. But Mariana, you are there. Maybe just to wrap it up a bit, how has the first days been? How have you been feeling? Maybe as well in this sense, what do you think are the other people from the ECOP network thinking about where we have to move now?
Thank you so much, Tristan. So actually, I think these last couple of days have been very inspiring. I see that people are also really tired, even when it's just the second day, just because everyone is putting so much work and so much effort in everything that they're doing. It's great to see how much ECOP representation there are in all the different panels, even being the green zone, that is the part that is like open to everyone, or even being the blue zone where you have accreditation. In both areas, there's really good ECOP representation. Yeah. And also seems so much of the spirit of we need to have seats at the table. We need to be able to have power to also participate in the decision making. And I think there's been really a whole feeling throughout the conference about the necessity of taking youth into consideration when it comes to decision making, when it comes into projects, and not just as a second thought. So I would say that's been pretty much overall feeling from the ECOPs that I've seen and the panels that I've attended. And I feel like there's so much proposals and work and motivation to really walk that path together. Something that really stayed with me today as well is that everyone has emphasized how much we're not competing against each other and we're all working together towards the same goal. So I think that collaborative spirit is something that has started with ECOPs from the beginning, but you can really see it reflected within the work of everyone and also where everyone is heading towards. So it's just great to meet everyone, to see how motivated they are and how much people are available to collaborate as well as looking forward all together. So I would say that's been the main sentiment that has stayed with me these last couple of days.
Yeah, great, Mariana. Thank you so much. And I saw that our last contributor has joined. Sorry that I overlooked it, Aaron. But since we have a little more time, maybe as well we can have your impression. How are you feeling about UNOC right now? How do you feel about the ECOM program itself? Just give us your perspective, and then we're going to wrap up as well in a couple of minutes for the sake of time.
Thank you very much, Tristan. Apologies, I was not actually able to rename myself. So probably that's where the miscommunication happened. But anyway, so for the ECOP side, I really feel confident that we are making great progress with this one. I've met with Evgenia, and just so you know, Evgenia has been very much involved in the past couple of days. He's been running around in the Lebanon, and then here in the Blue Zone. We just met 10 minutes before this meeting. He actually attended the launching of the ocean centers. So she met there with Standa. Overall, I am very much looking forward on what else the ECO program can do. So with regards to how I feel with the UNOC, overall there is a big push when it comes to multi-stakeholder engagement. For especially not only for the science, we're also looking at engineering now, and for the practitioners, especially that I'm a seafarer myself. We are happy to have seen several IT indigenous people who are in the panels. And then, yeah, so thank you very much for having me, and congratulations with this dialogue.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aaron. As well, thank you so much for joining so spontaneously. Great stuff, and I'm happy as well to hear that you guys are enjoying UNOC. And as I'm not there in person, it makes me even more happier that you guys get to network, get to know each other, get to see where we're going. And I think that's just simply amazing. So I would like to thank you all. I think, Padmashree, we can start slowly wrapping up, or maybe you as well, because you could give some info about India itself, because you are as well affiliated with the ECO program in India. And maybe you have some expertise on that as well. And since you're at UNOC too, maybe that would be a nice thing to start wrapping up the session.
Yeah, it's my first UNOC as well. And it's been quite crazy. I've been here since the first week of the One Ocean Congress and into the UNOC. There's hardly any energy left, like Mariana was saying. But I think I would agree on one thing with everyone that there's more representation of ECOPs. Let it be the Arctic, let it be the oceans or the marine biodiversity. I see a lot of representation from young professionals who are actually looking at diverse topics. So that's something really encouraging to keep going on. And
Yeah, thank you so much. And I mean, I can see, and you already told me that you were at the One Ocean Science Congress last week as well, and you are probably tired, and once you're going to go home, your social battery is going to be empty. However, of course, these events are super tiring, and I think once again the resilience pointed out, and I think it's such a fun thing to be around that conference and meeting with the ECOPs. So I hope you all have a great time there. I think we have another live interview coming in from Alessandro, but I don't know if he's there right now. Otherwise, I would just slowly start wrapping up, and if anybody has to say something from our people here, I encourage him to do that now since we're waiting for Alejandro. 2 minutes, so we have 2 more minutes to say something. So maybe each of us one statement on what we wish for the ECOP program next, and I will do the start. I mean, the term resilience is just stuck in my head right now, but I as well think chasing opportunities because they are there in the network. There are so many people you can reach out to, but as well, what has been said before, we just have to do it. So we are all young, we all have plenty of energy. We attend conferences like this virtually or in person, and we just have to approach the people who are already established in this sector and get connected with them for the sake of our ocean. Over to Connor.
I think I'd really boil it down to 2 elements, which is making sure we get those seats around the table, make sure we get that representation. And I think a big part of that is going to be the funding that comes with it. I want to see the ECOP program not just till the end of the decade, but beyond. And to do that, obviously, we need those seats around the table and we need that funding to do it. So those are the 2 big ones. Thank you.
Decade, this great work keeps going on. So I think, as you said, Tristan, just reach out, being able to collaborate, strengthen those bonds between us, and being able to really keep pushing forward within the ECOP program and also other youth networks.
Cheers, Aaron.
And my generation. So I think that's just our goal for now. Thank you.
So amazing. Okay, thank you guys. Sri, you have one last statement and then we wrap up and hand over to Alejandro.
Yeah, I think the whole UNOC is about building capacities among youth, and I think it's pretty much good on track with more equal participation. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So with this, I will close the session we had today now. It was an amazing session. Thanks to all the contributors, especially to the ones who are way ahead of the European time, like, for example, John, but as well Farian in Indonesia. It was lovely to see your talk. Keep up the good work. It's very inspiring, and I hope the audience has the same feeling as we as moderators do. You all do great jobs, and it's just always really heartwarming to see what everybody does in this sector. And with this, I'm going to give the stage to Ale, and afterwards we're going to have the Ocean Action Panel 10, moderated by Amy and Sandra, enhancing the conservation of sustainable use of oceans and their resources by implementing international law as reflected in UNCLOS. Thank you so much, everybody, for your contributions, for your time, and I look forward to seeing you guys all either online or in person.
Hello again. Now we are not quite in La Baleine yet. We just left actually, and I am here with Tayane Maciel. Tayane Maciel is an environmental engineer, and she's also a science communicator. I've been following her on Instagram, and she's doing a great. She's covering very well here the UNOC, and yeah, we're gonna have a little chat now. I would love to know. How did you come to this idea of talking about environment on your platforms, and how is your experience doing that?
Actually, I started during my bachelor as in environmental engineering. I had to create something for the public. It was like environmental education class, and then I thought about a YouTube channel where I could like publish for free, and then it would be like accessible for everyone. And then that's Canal Novo Mundo. That was the idea. now we are an NGO, but also we have this content part, like the science part. But it was really like during a class, during my bachelor, I was like, yeah, I'll combine my expertise as an actress and then also as an engineer. So it was really like, I don't know, something that I tried. But of course, the editing part was really challenging. So I didn't know also like the phone was going to be that good and we could like edit like we do now. But it was challenging for me in terms of like starting, I think, because of the editing part.
Interesting, because of course the editing is also a barrier, but I think a lot of people are afraid of public speaking. I think that part you had covered as an actress. Would you have some tips maybe for somebody who is who wants to talk about, have something important to talk about, but are afraid of taking like that step of actually putting themselves out there?
Honestly, I think that we are very hard on ourselves, being honest. And then some people just say so like not useful things on the internet, and then sometimes we like science communicators or people that want to engage in topics that are so important like climate and environment, sometimes we are very like hard on ourselves. So the first thing I would be like, don't be hard on yourself, and then you have a lot to communicate, you have a lot to bring to the world. So I think that's one first step, like, because yeah, I think it's important to mention. And then the training part, I think it's important. So I do many videos, like, you know, until I get something that I think it's good or that I think it's interesting. So I think the training part is very important. So you just train and make as much videos as you can, and then publish, because then you need to, you know, like put to the word like the content that you are creating.
All right. So speaking about the content that you're creating, what is your process then? How do you decide what you're going to post? How do you prepare it? And most importantly, because a lot of the things that we talk about, even if we are interested in it, or if sometimes despite being interested in it, it can be very dry topics. How do you make that more easy to understand, more user friendly? Let's put it this way, to the general public.
Yeah, that's something very interesting to think, because I think it depends really on the audience. So I think that's something that I try to investigate. What's my audience? Like, what should I bring to them? And then I'm Brazilian, and then most of my public it's from Brazil. So I know that Brazilian have a very specific humor. So you need to understand your audience, and then who, I don't know, who's your target audience, and then I think that's important. So I know that Brazilians, for example, they like humor. So I try to combine something and then try to bring the important informations, but always in an easier way, in a more like, yeah, look at these and these. And I think to bring people to the environmental topic, I think we need to convince them how important and easy it can be, like for each of us to start as individuals, and then the importance of all of us to be in this conversation. So I try to bring them in a way that it's more like yeah, easier for everybody to understand, not like technical words, like less possible technical words. So I think that's something that I always try to think, like, I want my grandma to understand this, I want my little sister to understand. So like always have in mind like who is going to listen this, and then to convince and bring, because like I think in science or scientists is like we have information, so we have like access to some points, like if you're in the environmental ocean topics, I think yeah. So I want the others that are not involved in the topic to also be part of the change, and then because the planet is for everybody. So, you know, that's something that I think about, like even if you are not studying or if you're not a scientist in this, like the climate and then everything regarding it will affect all of us. So I think that's the point.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much. This was Tayani Maciel, and back to you at the live stream.
Hello, and welcome to Ocean Action Panel 10.
Hello. Welcome to this Ocean Action Panel 10. We are Amy and I. This session is called Enhancing the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Ocean and Their Resources by Implementing International Law as Reflected in the UNCLOS of and this is part of the virtual Early Career Ocean Professional Day 2025, or as we call it, V.ECOP Days. As part of the third UN Ocean Conference and the special venue aboard the research vessel Meteor, we are presenting contributions from over 2 days from around the world. We have got ECOPs from a variety of professional disciplines to showcase their ocean-related work activities and contribution to the UN Ocean Decade and Sustainable Development Goals 14. This is a truly brilliant program, and we are glad you are joining us for it. Can I share my screen now?
Yeah, we could see it, and now it's just gone. There we go.
Okay. Our session will feature 2 guest speakers, Mark Haber and Daniel Cáceres, along with 3 contributors from early career ocean professionals from around the world. These ECOPs are actively working to inform policy and raise awareness of advancements of marine protected areas through their effort in science and advocacy. We will conclude this session with an interactive discussion between our panelists and the audience, aiming to articulate a shared ECOP vision related to the contents of this panel. So before we begin, we invite you, contributors and global audience, to take a moment to answer a quick poll on Slido. You can find the link, the code on your screen. I don't know if you can see it in the chat, but our first question is, what part of the world are you from? We will share the results later in the session, so please make sure to submit your answer. It will help us to get to know our global audience today. Amy, do you want to add something at this point before I start?
Just a big welcome to everyone who's joining us from all around the world. I'm Amy. I run an environment education charity, and I'm also joining from the UK. So I'm part of the UK's UN Ocean Decade Committee, and really excited for the session and to get all of your contributions to the discussion later on, hopefully. Sandra, where in the world are you based?
I'm based in Mexico City, and here is midday. Welcome to this session. I'm a PhD student, and I work as a junior professor at the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Welcome to everybody. So I'm going to start this panel showing at this very, very short video. I hope you already fill our poll. And I don't know if you can see it now.
Yeah, that's all good.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was on. Okay, let me do that again. UNCLOS is a treaty which has been accepted by most of the countries of the world, governing the uses and resources of the oceans. Iceland and the United Kingdom actually went to war over fishing rights. UNCLOS has put a stop to all it. There are clear rules on what a coastal state can do, what it cannot do, what a third state like the United Kingdom or China can do and cannot do. The most important contribution of UNCLOS to the world is peace.
And now we have a good start to this session that is introducing you to the UNCLOS. The UNCLOS is the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. In Spanish, we call it CONVEMAR. This is a legal order of the seas and the oceans, which will promote the peaceful uses of the seas and the oceans, the equitable and efficient utilization of their resources, the conservation of their living resources, and the study, protection, and preservation of the marine environment. The effective implementation of international law as reflected in the Convention is essential to achieving these objectives and supporting action to attain Sustainable Development Goal 14, life below water. 30 years, this 16 November 2024, it marks the 30th anniversary of this convention. It remains as a leading instrument for sustainable ocean governance and provides foundation for conservation and sustainable use of their resources. It establishes the legal framework for all ocean and sea activities, serves as a strategic foundation for action and cooperation at local, national, regional, and global levels. I don't know if we have now Mark Haber here in our room. Is he?
Mark, I can see Mark. Thank you. Hello.
Mark. It is my pleasure to introduce our guest speaker, Mark Haber, who brings valuable experience and insight into today's session. We look forward for hearing his perspective. Please join me in welcoming Mark.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here with you all. I am reporting live from the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, France, and I'm excited that we're able to bring part of this program to you all online. I will be talking to you today about the work of young campaigners on deep sea mining. I did send my slides to, I don't know if it was Sandra or Amy, over email. I'm on my phone. I was wondering if you all would help me tap through the presentation.
Sure, of course. Just give me 2 seconds, Mark.
No worries. Thank you so much. I'm actually here on the ground right now talking about Deep Rising, the full-length feature film about deep sea mining, narrated and produced by Jason Momoa. So we just finished up a fabulous screening and a panel with these folks talking about deep sea mining in Norway and the former chief scientist of the International Seabed Authority. So this is a great deep sea mining day. All right, great. Can you please move to the next slide?
Yep.
Great, thank you. So just quickly, what is deep sea mining? I'm not sure if everyone is already aware what this is. Just as a quick overview, it's basically trying to harvest deep sea polymetallic nodules. Think of these as like metal potatoes. Yeah, they're like potatoes, or they're the size of potatoes that contain critical metals and minerals like manganese, nickel, cobalt, and copper that are either these baseball-sized nodules sitting on abyssal plains, or they might be in seamounts and hydrothermal vents. And people basically want to harvest them. And this is not something that is an existing commercial industry. This is something that people are looking to start as we look for new supply chains for metals and minerals. Okay, next slide, please. This work is brought to you. Yep, great, thank you. This work is brought to you by Sustainable Ocean Alliance, who I'm representing here at the UN Ocean Conference. Next slide, please. And our mission is all about basically, oh, I think I'm getting some echo. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's all good. I'll just check everyone else is muted.
Okay, great. Thank you. So our whole mission is basically around activating young people, building community around young people, so that way we can all lead effective change for the ocean, whether it's beach cleanups, whether it's policy advocacy campaigns, whether it's our campaign against deep sea mining. We're basically trying to create this network of people between the ages of 18 and 35 from all over the world to fight for a better ocean future. Next slide. Our signature policy campaign is about deep sea mining, and I wanted to share with you some case studies from working with young people on this campaign. Next slide, please. So as we think about what youth advocacy looks like on this topic, there are basically like 4 categories, I think, for our actions. One of them is all about raising awareness. I mean, so many people still don't know what deep sea mining is. So that's been a huge part of our campaign over the years. And then, of course, there's activism. And then also thinking strategically about what does advocacy against deep sea mining look like at the national or subnational level. So for example, it might be on a state level, it might be on a regional level, it might be on a city level or something like that. And then advocacy at the international level. On the international level, there's the International Seabed Authority, and they're responsible for administering the deep sea mining regime, whether it's for contracts, environmental impact assessments, the mining code, all those different things. So we also want to make sure that we're present and engaged in those conversations, so that way we can ensure our youth perspectives on deep sea mining are shared. Next slide, please. So this was one of our projects. We have the Go Deep Creative Challenge, and these first case studies that I'll be sharing are examples of how we've been able to raise awareness with young people. We thought that a great way to help people understand the issue is visualizing it. I feel like when you say deep sea mining, it can be difficult to like actually think about what does this look like visually in my mind. So we created this Instagram challenge to be able to activate these artists to help people understand what it is and make them feel like, what is deep sea mining and how do we think it's going to affect our planet? So you can just take us through these next couple of slides. Give us like 5 seconds at looking at each slide so you can see the amazing artwork that's created. And then I can continue explaining about like what the Go Deep Creative Challenge was. Next slide, please. So as you can see in these next couple of slides, these are all different great pieces of artwork that are not just a way to explain what deep sea mining is, but also something that might make you feel emotionally about the topic. We have everything from this incredible like collage digital painting to the next slide, which is like cartoons. And the way that we would try and encourage people to share their artwork was basically by creating this like prize that they could win for their art. So that was one way that we encouraged raising that type of awareness. And then keep going on to the next slides, please. And then the next one, please. And then the next one, please. One of the ways that we also tried to raise awareness is by hosting screenings of the film Deep Rising all over these communities that we have in more than 80 countries. Sorry, there's like always sirens here in Nice with all the high-level officials, I think. So excuse the background noise. The film is like 79 minutes long. Oh, good. Okay, that's good. The film is like 79 minutes long, so it's really nice because it's an introduction to the topic. It's narrated and produced by Jason Momoa, so it's a cool way to bring the community together to learn more about the issue and become more informed. So that's how we were raising awareness. And then next slide, please. There are also ways that we could activate for activism. There's a really great daily climate action app called Chili, and they have all different types of actions that you can take. You can comment and tag leaders in an Instagram post. You can email people. And all of this is facilitated by the incredible tool that they've developed to be able to perform any one of these actions with like one click. And so we've been thinking about how do we apply pressure from all sides on this campaign? How do we think strategically about the right people to connect? And so tools like these, where there's an active activist community, can be really helpful to leverage for our campaign. Next slide, please. Not only are we doing digital activism, but we've also done in-person activism. We had a protest of about 150 people outside the International Marine Protected Area Congress back in 2023 in February in Vancouver. The metals company, one of the main companies looking to advance deep sea mining, is actually headquartered in Vancouver, Canada. And so we marched from the conference center to their headquarters to call out deep sea mining, to call out their greenwashing, and to call on Canada to support a moratorium against deep sea mining. This ended up being incredibly effective. In less than a week, Canada announced that they are establishing a moratorium on deep sea mining in national waters. And we believe that this was largely due to our efforts to be able to make sure our voices were heard at that conference. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about advocacy, which is of course related to activism, which is of course related to raising awareness. They're all connected. But here we're thinking more strategically about how do we influence decision makers here. So for example, we knew that Hawaii is a frontline community with the threat of deep sea mining on the horizon. So we wanted to create a law on the books in Hawaii that banned deep sea mining. And so we developed relationships with members of the state legislature. We did testimonies for the bill that were in person and submitted online. And these were ways that we were able to demonstrate our support for the bill, which ended up being passed last year. Next slide, please. We also have done, oh, there we go, thanks. We also have done summits in a bunch of different states, including Hawaii, but also in Washington. Washington already has a deep sea mining moratorium in state waters, but we thought that this could be a good opportunity for us to increase awareness and use the people from the festival to email their senators. There is no law against deep sea mining in the US Congress, so we thought, hey, let's take the people from this event in Washington and have them email their senators and their representatives to ask them to be a champion for the deep sea. Next slide, please. And then those are subnational opportunities, right? How do we kind of create this coalition of states against deep sea mining? But it's also incredibly important to think about the US government, right? Whether it's the US executive administration or the US Congress, our legislative body. And so every year there's Capitol Hill Ocean Week, and we like to use that as an opportunity to bring young ocean leaders from different areas who can speak to why deep sea protection is necessary, who can speak to the work that they've done in campaigning against deep sea mining. We have them meet with congressional offices as well as different administration officials to make sure that their voices and their perspectives are heard, and the hope that we can change policy on deep sea mining in the US. And then next slide, please. Not only have we worked on a national level in this way in the US, but we've also done this in Peru, in France, and in many more countries. Next slide, please. And then last but not least, we also want to make sure that young people are engaged at the international level. As the first youth organization to be accredited as an observer to the ISA, we've been sending young people to these deep sea mining negotiations for, gosh, 3 years now. We've been training them on how to engage, and we've been able to make sure that they're able to report out what's happening from the ISA. As you can see, there are all different types of ways to get involved in the deep sea mining campaign. And just know that these same principles of advocacy and campaigning are true no matter the subject. I hope that these case studies are an effective example of what it can look like to be a young person campaigning for or against an issue that affects the health of our ocean. I'm happy to stay connected with our campaign or in providing any other campaign advice. Thank you so much, Amy and Sandra, for hosting us for this event, and I hope you all enjoyed this presentation.
Thank you so much, Mark. That was so interesting. Having met you at New York Climate Week, I knew a bit about the work and the campaigns that you do, but it was really, really interesting to get such an oversight of all the different pieces of the puzzle that fit together. So thank you, and we hope you can stick around for the panel discussion, but totally understand if you have to rush off somewhere else in Nice.
Yeah, I wish I could join you guys. I'm so sorry, but I have to head to a gathering where we're doing this cool artivism activation. So hopefully I'll be able to share that with you all soon, and I wish you the best of luck with the event. Thank you to everyone who tuned in virtually.
Thank you.
We'll open the floor to our journalist colleagues, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, I think back to Nice for an interview on the ship.
Yeah.
Hello, back in Nice. This time we're on an entirely different ship than the research vessel that you've seen earlier, for example, the Meteor and the Thalassa. And this time we're here on the Wacker, but still in the port of Nice. In fact, you have a very nice view of the old port of Nice and of the old city center over there. And we are here on the water, and I am now joined by Jana Steingesser from Okeanos Foundation for the Sea. Jana, great to have you here with us at ECOP Days 2025.
Thank you for having me in this fantastic program.
So we're here on basically your ship, the foundation ship, and it's the VACAS. And it really looks quite different from the research vessel that we've seen earlier. So what exactly is this ship?
A vaca, do you want me to hold it? No. A vaca is a Polynesian sailing catamaran. So right now you don't see the sails up because we're in the harbor, but it's made for open ocean traveling. It's double hulled, so we can sleep 10 people in these hulls, in these 4 cabins. And the very special part actually about the vaca is, to me, and I think also to the participants on board, is that it's so simple in a way that, reduced in terms of the energy we can use here, the waters. We're making our own drinking water with a desalination plant. The space, as you can see, is very limited as well. And I often compare it to camping on water, because you're also very close to the sea here, and it's all a lot of participants also just sleep out here on deck if the weather allows to.
And who is it, those participants that you were talking, that are allowed to sleep here on this beautiful ship?
Well, they're part of the youth work program that we have with Okeanos Foundation, and they come from all over Germany, but now also from other parts of Europe, joining us. The idea started off, we live very landlocked. Okeanos Foundation comes from a landlocked city in the middle of Germany. And we had to ask ourselves the question, how can we really get youth inspired to act, to take action for the ocean? And we thought we can only do it once they have an empathic connection to it. They have an emotional connection to it. So we had to bring them out to the water. And this catamaran is part of a fleet that was built and owned and run by Okeanos Foundation for the Sea to decarbonize sea transportation in the Pacific. And this Wakamotu was brought to the Mediterranean Sea, and it's operating now in the summer months, only in the summer months, in the Pelagos region to welcome youth on board.
So these youth participants, they get to spend several weeks, if I'm not mistaken, or days on the ship. Is that correct?
Yep. Well, they run through a base camp where, they are, we talk about basics of marine ecology and marine biology, basics of education for sustainable development, and also basics of inner development, because the idea is that we start from ourselves and then find a path to how we can actually connect to each other, to the environment, and create own projects.
And the idea is that after having this great experience at one of the ocean camps, the participants will kind of stick with the ocean and take action for it long term.
That is our hope, or let's put it like this: this is an offer to the youth. Maybe every 3rd participant, I'd say, will stick with us for quite a long time. I recently heard two participants saying, "Oh, I'm turning towards the age limit now, 21, but we don't want to leave. So what can we do?" So the idea now is that once they come back from the ocean camps and they have been emotionally connected to the ocean, we look at what they bring to the table. Their hopes, their dreams, their competences, their energy, and see how they can use that to build up their own projects. And then we support them from the very beginning to the end. For example, one group made a documentary film. They had never done that before, no idea of how you would do a documentary. Another group, and we have two of these here with us, decided to report from UNOC because, well, they tell the story themselves.
Exactly. So that's where we hand over to Max and Neo, who are former participants of one of those ocean camps. Please, Max, tell us a little bit more about that ocean camp experience.
So first of all, it's nice to see you all. Nice to look at the camera. Yes, we've both been participants on 2 different ocean camps in it was like 2 years ago in summer. And yes, if I can speak for me that it was a really transformative experience on this. It's sometimes called Island Wacker, and I think that's really valid, because if you're out there sailing and just looking around and only seeing water, you get a new perspective of this planet, because most of the time we spend on land, but it's only 30% of this planet, or 30, yeah.
So, Neo, what exactly have you been doing here on the ship on this island of Wacker?
So yeah, I was part of the ocean camp as well in 2022, as Max said, and for me it was one of the most beautiful experiences in my life, and in a way also life-changing, because I met so many people who are as minded as myself, who share the same passion for the ocean, and yeah, and that's why we stick together and created a project, because we are in this community where everyone loves the ocean and reads a lot about the ocean, watches movies and documentaries, but in this community there were like very few people who have ever heard about the UNOC. And yeah, that's why we wanted to change that and wanted to bring the UNOC in the minds of young people especially, and in the minds of everyone. And we wanted to do that by doing interviews with like inspiring persons. We had like an interview with Boris Herrmann, or politicians today, or persons like Paul Watson, activists, people who are scientists, and we share those contents on social media, especially on Instagram, because we want to reach a very youth community.
Yeah, sounds great. Like a great addition to this UNOC 3, the UNOC Explained. What is a day on the Wacker like, and what is special about the ship? I already heard that it's built in Polynesia, and you notice that it's really different from other European ships. What exactly is special here, and how do you spend a day on Wacker?
So I think it really connects the Polynesian culture with also the Mediterranean. So we have lots of elements from Polynesian culture, but we want to respect it also, but also to be part of it. One of the crew members, Jorge, always tells us about the concept of mana. It's like all the energy and people that come together that create like a special energy. And I think you can't, the Wacker has a special mana. You can't choose one element, even if it's cool, to describe it. I think you have to stand here, but we hope we can get you a little overview. For example, the Wacker is not screwed, but lashed. You can see it here. That allows her to be a bit more flexible at one time, but it's also a really strong lashing. So it's pretty, I don't know how to say it, secure. Safe. And then our engine, or how we drive here, or how we sail here, is only by wind and sun. You can see the solar panels up there that are connected with the engine, and if there's sun, they charge. And I think we can be like autark without sun for 8 hours approximately. Then here you can also see the hoy. This is used for steering, and if you pull it on the left side, the boat will go on the right side, hopefully. And if you pull it on the right side, it will go to the left. And sometimes it's really hard to steer, but it's also really connecting you to the ocean, because you feel sometimes it's calmness, but sometimes it's also harsh, and you need like 2 people or 3. And yeah, it tells a lot about nature.
Yeah, I think the connection between all the participants is really important, because when we need to raise up the sail, for example, like nearly we need at least, I would say, sometimes 5 people who need to participate in this maneuver, because we don't have these, how they're called, I don't know, honestly, and it's not supported by mechanisms. Yeah, exactly, winches. And so we need to pull all by ourselves, and this creates like a really strong community feeling. And as well as we are sailing sometimes both, and we have like night shifts when we are far out. And yeah, it's like the whole day giving your heart and your soul to the ocean, to the people around you, because you always have to be aware of your surrounding, of the people who are next to you, and it creates a really nice feeling of community.
So thank you so much for young people from 16 to 21. So future early career ocean professionals, this might be a good address. Thank you so much, Jana, Max, and Neo. And over to you again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very interesting conversation in the right from the night on. So now we will move to the next part of our program. Here with us, we have Jocelyn Yawanda. She's a biologist with Fisheries and Ocean Canada Arctic Region, supporting the development of marine protected areas in the Arctic. She contributes by addressing challenges and solutions through collaboration and respect for the diverse knowledge systems. She also works with communities to develop indigenous-led coastal fisheries within protected areas. Thank you, Jocelyn, for being here today with us.
Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah. You can start whenever you want.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So, hi everyone, nice to meet you. My name is Jocelyn, and I'm based in Iqaluit Nunavut, which is the most northern territory in Canada. And I'm actually here in Nice for the UNOC conference. But before I made my journey to Nice, I recorded a presentation while in Nunavut for you all. So I'm going to try and play it now. Bear with me here. Sandra, is it possible to see if you're able to share the video I sent you on your side?
Yeah, let me check.
And I'm a biologist working for the.
I will share my screen now.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Are we reading? In the stream? Yeah.
My name is Justine Jawanda, and I'm a biologist working for Fisheries and Oceans Canada. I am representing Students on Ice as an ECOP ambassador at the 2025 United Nations Oceans Conference. Today, I'll be speaking about marine protected areas in the Arctic, specifically in Canada. Inuit are the indigenous peoples that are from Nunavut and other circumpolar regions. Fisheries and Oceans Canada is a federal institution. They're responsible for safeguarding waters and managing Canada's fisheries and oceans resources. for ensuring healthy and sustainable aquatic ecosystems through habitat protection and sound science. They're also responsible for supporting economic growth in the marine and fisheries sectors, as well as innovation in areas such as aquaculture and biotechnology. The Government of Canada committed to protecting 30% of Canada's ocean and coastal areas by 2030. Currently, we have about 14.66% of these areas protected. Nunavut is incredibly unique for a number of reasons, but one of those reasons is the creation of the Nunavut Agreement. In 1993, young Inuit representatives fought hard to negotiate what would become the largest Indigenous land claim settlement in Canadian history. This agreement also created Nunavut as a territory. The Nunavut Agreement addresses a broad range of political and environmental rights and concerns, including wildlife and environmental management and harvesting rights. The Nunavut Agreement impacts the development of marine protected areas in the Arctic. Any marine protected areas established within Nunavut borders must respect Inuit harvesting rights and all rights for Inuit as outlined in the Nunavut Agreement. Marine protected areas in Nunavut cannot be established without Inuit community support. The Government of Canada and the designated Inuit organization negotiate an agreement called an Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement. This agreement outlines if any impacts of establishing a marine protected area could harm or benefit Inuit, including cooperative management, Inuit employment, economic and environmental considerations. As I mentioned earlier, I travel to communities throughout Nunavut and I meet with elders, youth, community members, hunting and trappers organizations, and we discuss proposals to establish marine protected areas in the Arctic. In these communities, I consult with community members, and all of the areas that I've worked on so far were community-led and identified by Inuit before the government stepped in to support. In all of the high Arctic marine protected areas, the Government of Canada and Inuit are exploring the concept of an Inuit protective and conserved area as a marine protection tool. Inuit protected and conserved areas will be rooted in Inuit Hawimayatuhangi, which is Inuit ways of knowing and being. Right now, the Government of Canada is exploring how to legislate Inuit protected and conserved areas to ensure the area will have legal backing. Regional Inuit associations are exploring what IPCAs could look like and how Inuit want to see them go forward in the future. So I've talked a lot about areas of collaboration between Inuit and the Government of Canada, but of course there's some challenges. I have been really loving learning how to honor different knowledge systems in this work. In order for this work to be meaningful and make a lasting impact, we need to really respect different cultural lenses. We often hear from community members that it seems impossible to put quantitative measurements on things like a healthy ecosystem and how that impacts communities' social health, spirituality, and economics. We have been working to find creative ways to honor both systems. For example, we have been exploring software that find patterns and data out of storytelling. This helps us quantify and analyze different themes that come up during community consultation and discussions about marine protected areas. In addition, Nunavut, for some parts of the year, such as spring and summer, many community members are out on the land hunting, harvesting, camping, and fishing, and they're not available to have consultations or meet with us. But of course, the Government of Canada is under some certain deadlines, like 30% by 2030, and so we have the clock working against us. In order to integrate both priorities, we try and find times to meet with communities when people are not out on the land, and we try to be mindful that we're working with a tight deadline, but we want to ensure that these conversations include so many voices, and that means respecting when people are out on the land or when they're back in communities and ready to have conversations. Obviously, this work is not perfect, and we have a long ways to go in terms of reconciliation. But I believe Nunavut is a really great case study to show the world how we can advance reconciliation with Indigenous communities through collaborating on marine protection. I also believe that incorporating meaningful inclusivity when establishing marine protected areas ensures that these sites have longevity and have a lot of impact for the communities that are impacted the most. Thank you so much for listening to my discussion today. And thank you so much to V.ECOP Days and the UN Ocean Decade for putting on these discussions. I am super keen to hear from the rest of our panelists and to have further discussions. Please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn and also reach out to me and we can meet up if you're also in Nice for the United Nations Ocean Conference. Thank you so much for listening and have a great day.
Thanks so much, Sandra, for sharing that. As I've been in Nice, it's been really amazing to hear from other community members from around the world of how they're working with local people to establish marine protected areas. And a lot of the themes that we're hearing from people in Nunavut are also being brought up and discussed here in Nice from other places in the world. Some themes like how people believe that marine protected areas are stronger when they're community-led is a really big theme I'm hearing. So yeah, it's been amazing to be here, and I'm taking all the information that I'm learning and wanting to bring it back to Nunavut and yeah, make our collaborative work a lot stronger. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Celine. Your work really inspired the respect for diverse knowledge systems. Now we are switching to the next contributor. She is a master's student, Isabel Barrera, at UNAM, specializing in marine biology, with a focus on marine mammal acoustics. She uses the density of beaked whales in the Mexican part of the Gulf of Mexico, and her research contributes to understanding and conserving this elusive species. Please, Isabel, when you're ready.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today. As Sandra said, I'm a master's student here in Mexico City. I do some acoustics. And this is what I'm going to talk about today, about the acoustics I do. So I hope everyone sees my screen. Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, what I'm gonna talk about today, it's about acoustic of marine mammals, more specific about big whales. There are these guys that are over here. And well, this is the first study done in the Southern Gulf of Mexico with acoustics. Most of the time it's done with the strandings, but here we're gonna talk a little bit about acoustics. Okay, so let's talk just a little bit about the Gulf of Mexico. The Gulf of Mexico is a huge sea that is connected with the Atlantic Ocean and with the Caribbean Sea throughout this current, and it makes like its dynamic really unique to have different types of marine life here. But also something that threats the marine life here is the oil industry that happens in this part of the world. It's one of the most industrialized sea all around the world, and mainly because of the oil industry and everything that has to do with that. For example, the surveys that are done for looking for the oil, the extraction of the oil, the creation of these platforms, and also the shipping traffic that it's created throughout these things, like taking the oil from the sea to the land and do all of those stuff. So the Gulf of Mexico is super, super noisy. What makes something really dangerous to marine mammals that affect them in a different kind of way. So, as I was saying before, I do marine mammals, and in the Gulf of Mexico, we have seen that there are at least 20 cetaceans like dolphins, sperm whales, big whales, and rice whales. We're going to talk a little bit more about big whales that are the ones that I study, and we're all around the world. This family has 6 gender and 22 species, and its main characteristic is that they have a big shaped snout and a reduced number of teeth in the males. They are super difficult to study throughout traditional ways. What are the traditional ways? You go onto the boat and you're just there, like doing sightseeing, watching for the big whales to see if you find them, or if you don't. Sometimes you just see how they do their breathing. Sometimes you could see like their tails. But if you are super lucky to see them, you could like start taking notes about at what time they went into the surface, how many they were, how much time do they spend there, how many breaths did they take. And when we do this kind of things, we have like super cameras, we have tracking devices, we have drones. And here's a super interesting video when we watch 2 Cuvier's big whales in Baja California. Here we have them, like this is one, this is another, and we are even able to see how they are breathing there, and it's super interesting. Of course, this happened like in maybe 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes, so we have to work really quickly to get them. And yeah, it's super interesting. So this is like the idea, to look them through traditional way, but this doesn't always happen. In fact, they are super difficult to study by this way because they have a pelagic habitat, which means that they like to be in the depth. They have an elusive behavior. They are not so sociable like the dolphins that wants like for you to interact with them and to see them. They're not like that. They don't really do jumps or anything like that. They prefer to be down in the ocean, just chilling out. And so they spend really short times at the surface, maybe less than 5 minutes, and then they just go down again. Most of the time they are between the 50-meter deep dives that get to 3,000 meters, which is amazing. So because they are super difficult to study through traditional ways, it is easier for us to study by using their acoustics. In general, marine mammals produce echolocation, clicks, whistles. They even sing like the whales. So more specifically, like big whales, what they do clicks. So we use this thing that it's a recording package, and it is designed to record high frequency signals, which is what the big whales click. They do high frequency while the big whales do low frequency. And this is like the harp in the real life. We are recovering one. That's how this one is called. We have basically the floats that are here, the hydrophone, and the computer where we save all this information. And here, well, for example, here we have the microphone, here is a computer, and we use these things to release the harp from the seafloor because it is based on the seafloor. It could stay there like a year or even 2 years recording data, not just from big whales, but from everything they listen. I'm over here. Here is the chief of the ship and all the team that we do this kind of stuff. So as I was saying before, all marine mammals do echolocation, clicks, whistles, or they even do songs like the whales. And specifically the big whales, they do some specific clicks. They click at high frequency and have some peaks at different frequency. I just want you to focus more on the idea that in the Gulf of Mexico, we have been able to identify 3 big whales, jerr bass, plainbill, and Cuvier's big whales. On the top, we have the spectrum of one click, and above we have the waveform. But what I want you to see is how they are different. Like the peaks are in different frequency. For example, for jerr bass it's in 40 frequency. For plainbills it's more or less like 22 frequency kilohertz. And for Cuvier's, it's the one that has been most studied. It has one peak at 40 more or less, and a secondary peak at 18 kilohertz. So that's how we are able to identify it, because we know that they have different frequencies. And for example, for dolphins, they also have different high frequency and different peaks. So that's how we are able to identify different marine mammals. I'm going to talk a little bit about what I do in this study, and what I want you to keep in mind is why this is important. Because this is the first study done here in the Gulf of Mexico that could lead us to the creation of different laws or conservation programs. That is the main goal of this thing. So we collect that data from 2020 to 2023 from these 3 sites in the southern part of the Gulf of Mexico. There is a lot of data in the northern part, but this is the first one here. And we are basically looking for big whales echolocation clicks. We estimate the density of them, how many there are, if they are so abundant here or if they are not here. So that's the interesting part. I know this is maybe too much, but I'm just gonna explain it really, really easy. It's super, super easy. So in the y-axis, we have the density, and in the x-axis, we have the time in weeks. And the only thing that I want you to remember is that jerboas with big whale here in the Mexican part of the Gulf of Mexico are quite popular. They are more abundant in the site called MR, that it's in front of the place called Tuxpan, but they are really, really present in this site. For example, for blainbills, we also see that they are a little bit more sporadic in some sites, but it has a really huge preference for GOC, which is the Gulf of Campeche. I'm just going to go back and point this out. For the 2 big whales that we have just seen, jerboas is really popular in MR, blainbills is really popular in GOC, and just a little spoiler, Cuvier's big whales are really, really popular in CE, which is quite interesting to see how they have different geographic preferences that tell us maybe about what they prefer, the conditions of these sites, or different kind of things that could explain this kind of preference. Cuvier's big whales, as I said before, they are present in all, but more popular here. We are also trying to see if they have any kind of preference of doing clicks, if they prefer to click during the day or if they prefer to click during the night. The night is the shade in gray and the day is the one in white. Here we have the months and here we have the hours. These black lines are the clicks per week. And well, we could see that there's no really any preference between clicking during the day or during the night for jerboas, and neither for blainbill or cuvier. But the main thing that I want you to remember is that yes, we do have big whales here. This, just to get to the conclusion of this mini presentation, is that this is a pioneer study on big whale acoustic occurrences in the Gulf of Mexico. It's super interesting because here in Mexican waters, the only thing we know about big whales is throughout strandings. What does this mean? That we just see them when we found their bodies on the beach. Sometimes they are already dead, sometimes they are still alive and they could go back to the sea. But that's the only information about big whales we have. So in order to create any kind of conservation strategy, we need to know if we really have big whales in the Gulf of Mexico, where they are, how many there are, to create this different kind of strategies, such as species protection laws, management programs, or the creation of marine protected areas. In general, marine mammals are really affected by the noise. It's like if you have two speakers here near your ears and they are super, super loud, you will get dizzy and you could even hurt your own ears. That's something that happened to marine mammals. They get dizzy, disorientated, and that is one of the causes of the strandings and could cause some impact in their distribution. Talking a little bit more like scientifically, let's say it like that, we have found a hotspot at CE of Cuvier's big whales, what means that we have a lot of Cuvier's big whales in CE, which is super interesting. And as I have said before, in the northern part, there are a lot of studies about big whales, and they haven't really found so many blame bills that are these guys here. But in the Gulf of Mexico, we do have find in the zone called Gulf of Campeche, which might mean that they have some preference of being here in the Mexican side. And we need to do some protecting areas, create some laws to protect these animals that are in fact endangered. Just to end this conversation, just acknowledge to help through this project. And here we are one more time doing a deployment part. Thank you, Sandra. And sorry if I take too much time.
Thanks so much. Just to stay in time, we need to wrap up here. And now we're switching to mobile journalist connection, I think. Is the team ready?
So no longer in the green zone, we are. We are back here at the port with this beautiful, beautiful background with us. And I am joined by Amy Irvine. Amy Irvine is from Halifax, Canada, am I right?
You are right, yes.
And Amy, well, I was going to introduce yourself, but I would say, like, can you tell us a little bit of yourself, about what you do?
Yeah, of course. So I would call myself a marine ecologist and science communicator. And so the work that I do now is communicating science to policymakers and discussing how climate change should be integrated into policies. So it's a lot of push and pull and talking about the scientific world, but also kind of rewiring your brain in a way that politicians also understand.
Can you tell us a little bit about the research that you do?
Yeah, of course. So the research that I'm doing was looking to see how climate change impacts ecosystems in marine protected areas, and then the consequences that will have for decision making for policy and government and scientists. And generally what it takes is publications, but then also communicating those results in a way that can actually be used by government and even beyond just national areas. We can now kind of talk about going globally with various climate assessments that we're doing. So it's a very broad scale, the work that I'm involved in.
And you were talking about talking with politicians and, you know, getting involved in policy making, like as an almost like a consulting to policy making. As an ECOP, how is your experience? Like, do you get heard? How did that start? Did you go to them yourself, or did they reach out to you? And what is your experience as, like, you know, a young scientist in this world that is, like, sometimes, I imagine, also very intimidating, right?
Of course, it's so intimidating. Yeah, I would say the first step has been working with government and kind of through people that you know and your colleagues that just they start to gain trust, and just through a network, that's how you build that support for yourself. And then over time, you go to the places where you know the politicians are going to be, and you talk about you ask a question, and you just kind of have to embrace the fact that you are an expert in what you know, and even if they question what you say or don't listen necessarily, you have to just be confident and go ahead with your knowledge and be adamant that this is what they have to consider, and these are the exact steps you have to take. So laying it out in a way that is, for example, 3 steps that they can take and are actionable, that is what's been most meaningful with my work, especially with climate change, where they don't really understand exactly what they have to do and everything's uncertain. And so to them, to make a decision on uncertainty is really hard. And with the work that I do, we can look at these possibilities and say, you know, do you want to be prepared, or do you want to now go into the future and be completely unaware of what's going to happen and have many consequences that you could have actually been adapted for already?
And then,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
well, no, that was a really good really good answer. Yes. No, more like because you said so many interesting things. I'm figuring, like, oh, where do I even yeah, like how do I keep picking your brain? Yeah. What would you say then for those also, say, those that are watching us, and we are, you know, as people involved with ocean protection, we are often so frustrated about so many policy decisions.
Of course.
Say somebody that is watching us, you know, would like to share their expertise with their local policymaker. What would you say to them? Like, how should they go about it? And do you have, or maybe, like, you know, do you have any suggestions to them? Like, even saying, you know, what would you say to yourself, like, before when you were about to start with this?
Great question. I found it very difficult to get involved, and even now, it still is a struggle to find places where the politician is going to always be there and like guarantee that they'll actually listen to you, and it's not just a big crowd where they can't actually access them. And so, in that sense, I would say like set up emails, like set up meetings with them and send them emails. And I took a course on communicating science to policymakers, and so it's understanding the language that they use and understanding that they won't respond. So you have to be adamant and like be on them and make sure that they see your email and you are important. And so in that sense, they will eventually come around, whether it's through annoyance or just they want to hear you out and give you an opportunity to talk. And I think that's what's been most meaningful is getting that background expertise and just going with it and just taking those risks and going to the place, either their local office or going to an event that you think they'll be at. Just jump on these opportunities and make yourself available for them.
Great answer.
Thank you.
Just to wrap it up, it's interesting that we are here in front of the Stadthalle because you just told me that you were aboard, and you were aboard as a scientist, if I understand correctly.
Yes.
So can you tell us a little bit about how did you come aboard in the first place, and what was your experience being aboard, say, a ship that is so classic, and at the same time you were, doing research, which is essentially like finding new things. So tell us a little bit about your experience.
Yeah, oh my gosh, it was life-changing, honestly. It was an experience where I had applied to a program, and looking at this boat, you think you would never get selected. And that's advice I would say is just apply to everything because you never know what will actually happen. And so with this boat, I was on there as a research scientist doing biology research. And so we were out there collecting samples. So we did CTDs, which is looking at like movement of the water and temperature, and then also looking at phytoplankton. And then we also were looking at remote sensing, so using satellites to assess the ocean and different chlorophyll levels, I suppose. So there's a lot of science, and every day entailed working on the boat, climbing the rigs and pulling up the sails. And then, so that's 4 hours. The other hours you're doing science and sleeping and eating. So it was just boom, boom, boom. There's so many things to do, but it was an amazing experience. I met so many amazing people. And now 3 years later, I've seen many of these people in Nice at this conference. And it's just been awesome to have these connections long term, even if they're not in my field. So I loved having an opportunity to meet people that are way beyond what I've ever thought I would be involved in, I guess.
Yeah, and I would say, like, as a sailor myself, when you are on one of those things, you all of a sudden, that like a few years ago when there was the sea shanties craze on, like, you start to get them, right? Like you start like, oh, they do have a purpose, these songs.
It's a bonding experience for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, just thank you very much, Amy. It was very, very nice. And back to you at the live stream.
Thank you, Ellie and Amy. This was a very good talk about science and policy interface. Yeah, now next we have our agenda and our guest speaker, Daniel Cáceres. But I think we have some problems with that presentation. So we will start now with a Regeneration Solved by Natalie Fox. She will present this project, which is a global campaign of mobilizing surfers to support the ratification of the High Seas Treaty. Over to you, Natalie.
Hello, Sandra, and hello, everyone at V.ECOP Days 2025, nearly at the end now. So I was there for the breakfast panel, and now I'm back to talk a little bit about my project. As soon as we hear that Daniel is here, then I'll try and wrap up so we can make sure that he gets the chance to talk. And I do just want to say that I was part of the first V.ECOP Days, actually, and this was when I was doing my master's. I just finished my master's, which was about ocean literacy and surfing. So it's nice to have that timeline and to be able to share where the project is now. And that's what I'm going to be talking to you about. I'm just going to see if I can share my screen and maybe make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, cool. So it's just a 5-minute run through, right, Sandra? So no longer than 5 minutes. Oh.
Daniel here, but
Daniel. Okay, we come back to me. We can go to Daniel.
Let's just carry on with you, Natalie. I feel like this makes a lot more sense to the flow.
Yeah,
And we'll
okay.
go to Daniel in 5.
Sorry, Daniel, you have to wait for me now. So I'll be really quick. My master's was in this connection between ocean literacy and surfing, and just talking about that relationship that recreational ocean users have with the ocean, that we receive loads of benefits, that we love it, that we have a really dynamic and active relationship with it. So a couple of years later, I joined forces with a coalition of organizations in Portugal, and we used some of that research background to launch a campaign that was really connecting science with surfing. So we wanted to create a dialogue between ocean research and between people who are going in the water every single day. And this is some of the crew that joined the campaign in Peniche in Portugal. And it was funded by the World Surf League, this edition. But the whole thing about Regeneration Surf is that we're looking at the restoration, which is what we did back in 2022, which is the middle part with one of the WSL commentators. Sorry, I'm also live in Nice, so there's a lot of motorbikes here, being very loud. And so this is Joe Turple. He's one of the WSL commentators. So he came into the lab in Peniche to help seed baby kelp plants onto gravel. And this is a novel technique called green gravel. They stay in the lab for 3 months once they've been seeded in this way with just a spray bottle filled with the baby kelp. And then once they've grown a little bit, their holdfast attaches to the stones. They're then distributed into the local waters, into the local surf ecosystem. So the west coast of Portugal has really had a decline in the golden kelp. It's still growing up in the north, but in the mid where we were in Peniche, it's really declined. So this was a trial to see if we could involve surfers in the seeding and also in the distribution of the stones once they had their 3 months to grow the kelp on there. So this year, Regeneration Surf moved into the protection of the ocean through focusing on the High Seas Treaty. And I'll talk about that in a moment. And another aspect of Regeneration Surf is also the monitoring. And so I just wanted to add this photo of me where I encountered my first citizen science project, which was Expedition. And I sailed with 13 other women across from Plymouth to the Azores, and we were collecting data on microplastic. And this really planted a seed within me as a participant in citizen science that I could actually take this form of community engagement and work with surfers. So that really, along with my ocean literacy research, sparked everything that has been formulated in Regeneration Surf. So those 3 aspects. So just wanted to touch on regeneration because, I mean, we're here to talk about the sustainable use and management of the ocean, but maybe we should be also having this conversation about, is sustainable enough? Regeneration takes it a step further because it's about improving a place or a system. And Regeneration Surf is actually thinking about the people who are going into that place or that system are the ones to create the change and to help improve it. So it's being part of a community who are actively restoring, protecting, and monitoring and actually helping the ocean regenerate. And so this is a photo from a couple of weeks back where we partnered with our first surf community to talk about the High Seas Treaty. Surfers are coastal beings. We go into the water and waves break in, you know, a couple of feet depth, depending on how big the waves you're riding. They break over sandbars and beaches. They break in over reefs and in river mouths. But the deep ocean is not something we're necessarily connected to because it seems so far away, so vast. Yet the swell that we're riding, or the waves that we're riding, is birthed in the high seas. So those storms are coming from storms far off in the Atlantic on the west coast of Portugal. So this was our first sort of attempt to engage the community, and it went really well. And then, yeah, so the last slide is just to sort of encourage you, if you want to join, or if you want to start encouraging your own communities in any of these issues, to use Regeneration Surf as an example, to reach out to me if you want support or inspiration. I have a communications background, and if you can be one of these people who goes between the science and between your community, then this is really what we need. We need people who can be multipliers. Yeah, so get in touch and good luck on your own mission of ocean regeneration.
Thank you so much, Natalie. I'm sure that it will resonate with all here in this session. And there's many ways we can strengthen the protection of the ocean, for sure. So now we are going back to Daniel. Is Daniel here with us? Yeah, I can see him. Next.
Sorry that you're gonna be hearing some noise in the background. It's just that sadly my battery's dying, so I had to go into the reception that started at 7 to recharge my phone also at the same time. So can you guys see me well? Can you see me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you guys see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, so the first full effective implementation of international law in general, and we'll have to discuss UNCLOS, but the full and effective implementation of all international law, but particularly UNCLOS, is essential to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of our ocean, addressing today's environment, social and geopolitical challenges. So right here, when we're in Nice, there's not only talking about UNCLOS. For example, Peru is one of the countries that still has not ratified UNCLOS. But still, because we have not ratified it, because there's a belief that it will affect directly our sovereignty, which is completely false, but there's a belief that it will affect our sovereignty. But internally, all our national laws align with UNCLOS, because UNCLOS provides a legal framework for all activities in the ocean, including navigation, conservation, fisheries, marine scientific research, and the protection of the marine environment. And that's because it's on the principle heritage of humankind. So I think with that foundation is when we're going to go all out in regards to the measures that we're going to need with BBNJ. But okay, so how does this complement? Because basically, many provisions of UNCLOS are still under implemented. And the ones that are usually under implemented are the ones that are beyond areas of beyond national jurisdiction. There's a regulatory gap that persists, and there's also a lack of capacity, monitoring, enforcement, and also political will in many states that usually is an obstacle or it hampers the process directly. So what we have to do is we need that, for example, unilateral actions that bypass UNCLOS process, for example, like ISA that you guys know about, without a robust regulation will eventually undermine both the rule of law and environmental integrity. So that's why BBNJ is here. Its agreement is a landmark opportunity to enhance the implementation.
Sorry to interrupt, Daniel. Would you be able to turn your camera off because the image is frozen, and then we might be able to hear you better? Thank you.
Sorry about that. I'm with the Wi-Fi here. So the BBNJ agreement is, like I was mentioning, it's a landmark opportunity because it enhances the implementation of UNCLOS specifically in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. It's going to give us a tool for establishing what you guys already know about, which is marine protected areas, marine genetic resources, and advancing capacity to build and technology transfer. And that's why specifically, even though, for example, Peru has not ratified UNCLOS, we still need a rapid ratification and effective implementation of the BBNJ agreement. I'm going to take the Wi-Fi out. So So that's why they're in Peru. Right now, we're I think 49 countries that have ratified UNCLOS until yesterday. 50 with the European Union, if I'm not wrong. I don't know if anyone has that information. I think it's 49 or 50. So we need to get to 60. So that's now, like in 11. So it's going to be happening now. So the question actually, the question that we're actually asking now is whether Peru is going to be able to vote or have a voice. So there's a lot of Peru disinformation. The president of the Fishery Societies in Peru said this was basically UNCLOS, that this was going to take our sovereignty. If you look in social media, Peru, BBNJ, and look for Peruvian news articles, you're going to see the amount of disinformation that there is. And as I hear from the Peruvian delegation, we're trying to tackle this through press, through statements, so we can actually help out specifically things that we need, because we really need the ratification process. We already had 2 congressmen make a statement in Peru supporting that, so we can complement these gaps and also not undermine whatever UNCLOS does with all the countries. And we hope also that eventually Peru will also ratify UNCLOS, which we think, according to Peruvian Foreign Affairs Ministry, will be amazing. I mean, the government is very happy. The problem is the congressmen. They're not very happy with this. So yes, let's hope we get the ratification on it, and let's hope to finish pretty soon on that. Bye. Thank you very much.
We are honored to hear from your experience direct from NIS, and you as a Latin America regional leader from the Sustainable Ocean Alliance. So it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we are ready to the next part of our session, which is an interactive panel discussion involving participants and the audience. At this point, I'm gonna share with you some of the results we have in the first part of our interaction. It's here. As you can see, we are from 4 different countries in this session, and we're going back to the presentations. I want to share these questions to the contributors here, taking into account the legal frameworks that can drive ocean action. Why is international law important for protecting the ocean and your experiences? We have here, let me check, Natalie and Yaslin are together. And
we're together in real life.
Is also welcome to join this panel, please. Natalie?
I can ponder the question. I mean, international law is obviously hugely important. I mean, it is something we need to think about it from different perspectives. This is why it's really interesting to be sat with Yaslin from the Arctic, to think about it from an Arctic perspective, to think about it from a Pacific Islander perspective. From my perspective as a surfer, until I got involved with issues to do with the ocean, it didn't really mean that much to me, to be honest. So I think it's something, policy and maritime law and ocean policy law is something that needs to be taught in school and needs to be something that is in everyone's awareness and everyone's consciousness, because it needs to be upheld by all citizens as well, because there's constant violations of international law. So I think it's vital, and I think we still have work to do in making sure that laws are upheld. So what do you think from your perspective, Jasmine?
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Great response. Yeah, I think international law is really important because regional governments change, territorial governments, national governments change, and they all have different agendas, but we're all connected by one ocean. So it's so important to have international law in order to protect the ocean, regardless of whichever regional government is in place and whatever their agenda may be. It would help create more consistency across the globe as well for protecting an ocean that connects all of us, impacts all of us, you know. You can't just expect to make certain laws in one part of the ocean and think it's just going to stay in that part of the ocean. That's not how the ocean works. It connects everybody. So I think it's critical to have international law and ensure we all have the protection that we need.
Yeah, sure, for sure. That's something that I think that's the most bigger barrier for implementing the all these legal aspects reflected in the UNCLOS to be like take into account every country's vision or needs for sure. Do you want to add something, Isabel, or you prefer to answer our next question? How we can connect our actions to different laws and agreements to make ocean protection more effective from your perspective and your pioneer research with big whales work, Isabel?
Yeah, sure. I could go for that. How can we connect our actions? Well, mainly, I think that our research, for example, for me with big whales, it's to make it understandable for politicians, of course, to understand like why it is important, why we have to do it. And it does not just stay like in a paper, like, oh yeah, big whales are here, they are super abundant, but no, like made that kind of translations for them to understand why they are important so they can change that to, well, convert or put that into like a law. And I think it could go also with the main point, like why is international law important? Because, for example, the Gulf of Mexico, like if the northern part of the Gulf that it's from United States have this like regulation and marine mammals protected areas, yes, they are making a huge difference there. But if we in the Mexican waters that we do not have enough information about how many marine mammals we have, we cannot do those protected areas. And of course, marine mammals are not just in the northern part, but are also in the southern. So if we don't work together, as also Natalie and Jesslyn said, we're not really gonna make a huge impact on that. That's what I can share and think about.
Yeah, sure. I agree with all of you girls. And
Can I add?
Yeah, sure, Amy.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of laws as well can be meaningless without the action of individual citizens and people. For example, if we think about bottom trawling and overfishing, there is obviously a whole load that governments and international law can do to create marine protected areas and to ban bottom trawling and advocate for better, more sustainable fishing methods. However, we also need people, mainly in the global north, to reduce the amount of seafood that we eat so that demand decreases and therefore we can fish the ocean sustainably. And we can advocate for citizens to consume more sustainable seafood, for example, seafood that has not been bottom trawled or local fish or more diverse species of fish so that we're not all eating the big megafauna like tuna. So I feel like there's this interplay of individual and citizen-led action and also this international law. And I really feel that UNOC is a great mixing pot for all of those different types of action to come together to truly make a difference to protect the ocean.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I totally agree with you. And yeah, it's part of this vision that we all as ECOP share in a way, no matter where we join in those world. So
Can I just add really quickly that there's just been a live announcement about the UK. They've just, Emma Hardy MP has just announced that they're banning bottom trawling in MPAs in the UK. So this has really come from a huge coalition of NGOs over the last couple of years, really campaigning towards that. So it's funny that you should mention that, Amy.
That's the way our actions can happen at the end. Our action is like, this is the goal, and yeah, go for it. Yeah, we all can do something. In this next question, but I think we are running out a little of time. We want to ECOPs in the audience to join this question. How can we make sure everyone's voice is heard, especially the most vulnerable? For sure, we are talking about all these differences that we have been talking in the session, that the nations, each country has different goals and needs. And yeah, I think that we have much more to work and change the will come, I see, from this generation, and then we will make it to the next generation. I think that sure.
We have permission to go over time. So if our lovely audience is here and would like to ask questions, then I think we have some time to do that. So yeah, for those of you who weren't here at the start, the QR code should take you to the Slido, or there's the number on the slide and in the chat to put in there.
Yeah, you can share. Let me see if I got some answers from our Slido test. This is no, I can see any answer from our audience, but I don't know. Maybe we can just
maybe Natalie can have a go answering while we wait for audience questions. Are you there, Natalie?
Sure. I mean, I always bring it back to surfing because I'm using the social ecological system model to look at surfing. And so there's a way to break down like how we interact with ecosystems, and within our human systems, we have our individual selves and we have the way that we're governed. And that tends to change depending on the different geographical location we're in. So I think it is really important to look at whose voice is there, and to also step back and look into the system and look at the barriers, why they're not there, and the systemic barriers that stop them from being there or make it really difficult. And so we do have to look at changing our social systems if we want to make sure that we're listening and cooperating and actually working together with everyone. So yeah, I look towards systems thinking and the models by Donella Meadows to step back and think about things in a bit more of a pulled back perspective. What about you? Can I ask Jasleen? She's from the Arctic. She's come all the way to France from the Arctic.
Go for it. We would love to hear your perspective too.
Sure. Yeah, so looking at the Arctic or Nunavut as a case study, we hear a lot from community members that they want to be involved at every step of the process. So before we even go to communities and have a discussion, we make sure we touch base with the communities and say, hey, here's the topics we're thinking to discuss. Is there anything that you want to include in that as well? Once we go to the communities, we have the discussions, we summarize the information with them and also give them another chance for feedback, and essentially just collaborate at every single step of the process. And you also want to make sure that you don't just go into a community, meet with them, extract information, leave, never to be seen again. You want to make sure that you close the loop and you check back in with them. Whatever results or products you prepare from the discussions and the consultations, you want to share back with them, and also make sure it's accessible language to share. So I think just meeting everyone where they're at is really important. Making sure that you're thinking of the biases that you bring to a conversation or discussion, whether you're a politician, whether you're in academia, whether you're a scientist. It's so important to be thinking of, who am I speaking to? What is my audience like? How can I make sure that this is accessible? I think also when you can share information on an accessible level is really when you have an understanding of the topic. So it's, yeah, so important to just have the full loop of collaboration at every step and meeting people where they're at.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your thoughts. Now, I think that most of we have spoken. It's also the visions from the ECOPs in our audience. I can see their answer. They're telling us design, research, and projects with communities to make sure it reflects actual needs, recognizing indigenous sovereignty and stewardship as scientific is the first step to ensuring indigenous voices, which are at the forefront of ocean ecology and sustainability. Yeah, and our next, well, I think that we can stop here our panel discussion now, because I have to present you to the next well, our next how do you say, our next speaker for the V.ECOP Days. But before going, I would like to encourage every career ocean professional participating in this session, whether listening or watching, or actively seek collaboration across disciplines. I think it's the implementation of the UNCLOS, the agreements, presents significant challenges for all nations. Yeah. Sorry, I have to share now my screen to present you the next. Oh, okay. Yeah, finally, I would like to thank our sponsors who helped to make this event possible. They include the German Marine Research Consortium in cooperation with the Global ECOP program, MEOPAR, the DAM, and the German Federal Ministry of Research, Technology and Space. This event is co-founded by the European Union. So now, coming up next for the V.ECOP Days, sorry, Amy, do you want to add something before going?
No, that's all from me. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in Ocean Action Panel 10, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the V.ECOP Day.
Yeah. This next training is called Tide of Change, Community-Based Research Storytelling for Ocean Resilience. A training given by Maeva Gatuyer. She's a PhD candidate in geography at the University of Victoria and program manager for community-based research at MEOPAR. Her work focuses on climate change, marine debris, and community resilience using arts-based methods such as video, photo voice, and story mapping to amplify those voices in the Arctic communities. She also mentors with the Salish Sea Hub, supporting next generation of community-based researchers. Just to continue on this subject we were discussing in the Ocean Action Panel 10. Thank you for being here today, and see you.
Hi, Sandra. Bonjour. It's nice to meet you. I'm really happy today to share more about community-based research, especially in ocean sciences. Just wanted to check in. I see two of myself on the screen, so I don't know if you have the same thing, but yeah. Do you have a double? Okay, it looks like I have a twin today. Okay, well, I'll try to share my screen. If I just let me know. There you go. Okay, can you see my presentation? Please thumbs up if you can see. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go in full screen mode. Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity today to join you for the V.ECOP. It's really a pleasure to connect with the early career ocean professionals. I still feel like I am learning every day, so it's really a pleasure to join. My name is Maëva Gauthier. I'm based in Victoria, BC on the west coast of Canada. And I'm originally from Quebec on the East Coast, so you might hear a French accent in my English today. So today I wanted to share more about something I'm really passionate about. It's the use of storytelling, of video to engage with communities. My first start in research was in marine ecology, and I stumbled upon community-based research after my master's, actually. And I decided to go back to school and do a PhD because I really felt passionate about video as a tool to engage youth, and especially youth in the Arctic. Wanted to also take a moment to share that I acknowledge that I'm on Nipongan's people territory here in Victoria, and that they've been here for thousands of years. So I feel very grateful to learn from them and live and learn and raise my family here on these lands. And my work takes me actually to the Arctic, in the Western Arctic of Canada. So I'll share a little bit more about my journey from marine ecology to community-based research, the use of storytelling and video as a methodology, not just for knowledge mobilization, but rather as a research tool, and also a bit about the impacts of this type of research, in this case, for my case study. But where does it start, right? We're all here today because we love the ocean. So we all started somewhere with the ocean love story. And so my ocean love story actually started around 8 years old. And that's me snorkeling with my mom in Martinique when I was a kid. And we sailed on a small sailboat, 30-foot sailboat, as a family of 4 for about 4 months in the Caribbean. So that really kind of really created a deep love for the ocean. So when I went back to Quebec, I felt a little far from the ocean. That's why I decided to study marine biology later in life. That brought me to the west coast of Canada, where I studied deep sea ecosystems and trawling impacts. And then I had the opportunity to be sent to the Arctic for 6 weeks on board an icebreaker to study marine benthic ecosystems, so the ecosystem at the bottom on the seabed. And on the left side here was a high school student who helped me in our lab as we were like digging through the mud and the species. And actually she decided to study in marine biology after that. So I feel like it's very important to give back to the next generation and also create, budding marine biologists here and there. It's great to be able to follow your passion. For me, for the Arctic, I have never been before that experience. So I had different expectations. I'm curious for you, do you think the Arctic tends to be cold? Do you see the Arctic as pristine and as wild wilderness? Do you feel like it's far? And is it something you would like to go to experience one day? Just a little quick quiz here. It is cold, but it is warming 2 to 3 times faster than the rest of the planet. So it is really the canary in the coal mines. It can be seen as pristine as the wilderness, but it's not quite pristine. It's the end of the ocean circulation. So it tends to have some accumulation of contaminants and plastics, especially microplastics in the sea ice. And also people who live there, in this case, I've been working with the Inuvialuit in the Western Arctic of Canada. They tend to not really like the term wilderness because they feel that they are part of nature. So it's something to think about. There's a lot of people who live in this remote nature. It's remote for us, it's home for them. It is far depending on where you come from, where you fly from, and it's a place that I am happy I was able to go first time in 2009, and so I'm just gonna take you there a little bit just to give you a sense. So it takes about 2 days from where I live in Victoria to get to the Arctic. And the trees are quite small. So this is an example of some of the little trees that as you get more north, trees get smaller and smaller.
And soon there will be no more trees. So welcome to the Arctic.
As you get further north,
We just have the last tree.
you see the last trees, and you get to when you drive from Inuvik to Tuktoyaktuk, it's about 2 hours. So it takes me about 2 days to get to Tuktoyaktuk. I've been there a few times, about 5 or 6 times so far, and the youth that I've been working with have been also visiting me here in Victoria. So why work with communities in ocean sciences? Well, as we saw a little bit in the talk before me, there is a need to engage more with communities, with marginalized voices, with voices we don't hear enough about. And that can help influence policymaking and making sure that the change happens in the way it should happen, with engaging the communities who are affected by these things like climate change. There's different arts-based tools that exist. In the case of my research, I've been using photo voice, story map, participatory video. Photo voice is a little bit easier to implement because it requires something to take photos with, like a cell phone, and you can have quotes or narration or audio recording with that. Story map is like a website. It's a good way to display things like with a map and have stories on the map. And participatory video is like filmmaking or a documentary, but it's made with and by the people who are being engaged in that activity. So it tends to be a very powerful tool for engagement, for building agency or increasing agency, and also for communication, not only after the research, but during the research. And so to give you a sense of where Tuktoyaktuk is in the world, it's in the Northwest Territories on the edge of the Arctic Ocean. So this is like the northwest part of Canada. And it's a population of about 950 people, mostly Inuvialuit in this community in Tuktoyaktuk, and it means place resembling a caribou. And it was an oil and gas development base in the 70s and 80s, which brought a lot of services up north. And then there was a moratorium that happened. And then later on, in actually only recently, 2017, the first road that's accessible all year round was built. So you're able to drive actually all the way to Tuktoyaktuk. So there's an increase in tourism since that time for sure. When you do community-based research, when I started my PhD, I wasn't sure what questions I should do or create or think about before even engaging with the community. So community-based research, community-led research, you want to be able to visit the community, to hear from them. What do they care about? What are their priorities? What are the needs, to make sure your research can help support and advance some of those needs or priorities. So when I started, my research questions were quite broad, and so I wanted to look at what are the youth main concerns around environmental change. How do they mobilize around those issues, and what strategies and tools we can use to amplify those actions. The first time I was there, 2018, we brought some cameras. We went to the youth center. We went to the school. We really wanted to go where the youth were to see if there was any interest, first of all, to work with video, and also to talk about some of the things they care about. Climate change came up as a big topic. We did a big brainstorm with Post-it notes to ask them what topics they cared about. So the climate change topic came up, and also living in two worlds, the fact that they are living in between the modern world and the traditional world. They did a lot of interviews, 15 interviews amongst themselves with scientists, educators, community members, elders, and also we did some reflection interviews at the end. So the interesting part with participatory video is the video becomes data. You hear a lot about video as a way to mobilize research, to do knowledge mobilization. But in this case, and I learned about this when I started my PhD, because my background was natural science. And so when I started in social science, I was like, oh, video as data. I didn't get that before, because I was used to using more stats and quantitative analysis. This is purely qualitative, and it helps to get deeper into perceptions, deeper into solutions that the youth are thinking about. And it kind of gives you the stories behind the data, if you wish. So the youth, we met over about 2.5 weeks, film workshop, filming from often mid-afternoon to later in the night. It's 24 hours daylight in the Arctic during summertime. And I realized too, as an outsider and working with an indigenous community, that you have to adapt to the reality of the place, the way of life. Often youth go to bed quite late at this time of the year. That was in June 2019. So adapting your schedule for workshop with the schedule of the place is very important. So, and when we think of 5 to 7 participants, sometimes people ask me, what do you mean 5 to 7? Participation will vary. So depending on the days, you'll have some youth showing up, some, one day they might not, and then the next day they will. And it's really important to stay flexible and adapt to the reality of the place. But the youth were really engaged. They really loved the tool. They learned super fast. They are already storytellers. And for them, learning the video camera, the sound was a way for them to increase their skills as filmmakers, but also practice their storytelling that they already born with. Here we can see a house, and it's only 2 months apart. So in June we did the workshop, and that was how the coast looked like. 2 months later, there was a few storms, maybe 1 or 2 storms. In one storm, in Tuktoyaktuk, they can lose sometimes 2 to 3 meters of coastline because it's permafrost. Permafrost is ground that should be frozen all year round, but with climate change and warming climate, the permafrost tends to melt, to thaw. And so it becomes a bit like breaking ice, if you wish, in the ground. And so if a big storm hits it, then it can disappear quite fast. So it was quite stressful for Noella to be by the ocean here. And we followed up with her later, and her house was moved more inland. And so it happened to a few people in the community. Their houses got moved from the point to more inland, and Tuktoyaktuk has to relocate within the next 30 years. So it's very real. The youth were able to engage with policymakers, because when we did the film workshop, we didn't know at the time, but it happened at the same time that there was a release of the National Inuit Climate Change Strategy. And so they were able to interview people that are normally in the news and on TV, and they were right there in Tuktoyaktuk. So that was really amazing for them to meet with Nathan Obed, the president of Inuit Taparit Kanatami, which is a national Inuit organization representing Inuit rights, and Catherine McKenna, who used to be the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. And so what I've noticed using those tools like participatory video, it really helps with youth engagement and community engagement in general. It's an act of co-producing knowledge. So as you work on the video together, as you interview people, interview each other, you kind of learn together as you go and create a new body of knowledge. And so that's the beauty of it. And then when you share with community film screening, for example, then that knowledge is shared more broadly with the community. So some of the youth said that, they learn a lot about climate change by doing this film process, because typically they would see it, but they would not necessarily talk about it. So I could see this tool as a way to give an excuse for talking about something that they really care about. It helps with creating dialogue, awareness. And for me, I learned a lot. For me, climate change I thought about the physical impacts of climate change, the impacts on hunting and fishing before food security. But really, when you talk to the youth about climate change, you realize how it is affecting their culture. And it's often the first thing they mention. It's affecting their culture, their identity. It's affecting their mental health. So it really expanding my views on climate change and climate change impacts. So some of those tools I mentioned today, just to kind of give you a sense of some of the arts-based methods, focus groups, photo voice, story map, interviews, film screenings, participatory video. Those are all a bit of a toolkit of tools that you can use to incorporate in your research to engage with communities. And depending on the time and the capacity you have, you cannot do everything by yourself. So for me, I worked with a filmmaker, an experienced filmmaker and mentor who was able to help with the technical aspects and the film workshops. And we worked closely with the school in Tuktoyaktuk, Michelle Tomasino, who's the vice principal and teacher. And she was helping, you know, getting the kids engaged, getting them interested, and coordinating, making sure there was space in the school and the schedule at the school to go at the school and run some workshops there. And then we were running workshops afterwards. And so it's a big collaborative project. And when I started, I didn't have many collaborators or didn't have lots of support initially. But once you go and you build a relationship, then you're able to grow on that project. So the youth were invited to go to the UN Climate Change Conference, COP25, back in 2019. That was a big moment for them. I'm going to share with you a short trailer, and then we'll have some time for questions. Thank you.
Have you noticed any changes?
Well, there's been a lot of changes. We get late freeze up in the fall, like we used to travel, start driving dogs over the ice in the middle of September. In October, we used to build igloos.
Every year it's different. Like it can get warm, or it can get very cold. The water sea level has risen a little bit ever since I was 13. Like I looked at the ocean sometimes when I was 13, 14, 15 to 19. Water level has been getting higher and higher.
Well, I've noticed that there's less beach to walk on, and there's a lot of permafrost melting. You can see here, there's a lot of erosion happening. At that time, the shoreline was way out, and I had no problem driving the vehicle over and behind my house. But now, in 2015, 3 storms took most of it, close to about 20 feet off of it, and then and it's just been getting worse and worse ever since.
Those are things that I go to bed worrying about, whether or not there are going to be char in 40 or 50 years in UNOC, or what's going to happen to our caribou. And these are all linked to climate change, and so that's what really drives me to work on behalf of this issue.
Well, I just think that kids should be very aware of climate change, and I think that we should all take it serious, because we are the next generation and we can make a change in the world. People may doubt us, but it's what
we have the power to do anything. Like what my dad said, he always said, have determination and effort, and nothing will be impossible. So yeah, just be aware and prepared.
I like your words, Ariel.
Thank you.
So the full feature film will come out later this year. And so we've been updating the film, and we're going to be streaming it into film festivals. Some of the youth comments on getting to the UN Climate Change Conference were really powerful. So for them, being able to connect with people from around the world experiencing losing land has been quite powerful. And also there's a sense of that they can make a change and they're not alone in standing up in creating change. So that was another feedback from Carmen here. So fast forward to recently, they were part of the Inuit, indigenous, it's like Arctic filmmaking mentorship, and they were able to go to Finland to show a short film that they've created themselves. So that's Ariel and Carmen here on the left, and Carmen on the right at the Toronto International Film Festival. So they've had lots of opportunities to get out there, and also they contributed to the Canada's Changing Climate report coming out this fall. And it's the first time Indigenous voices will be included in this national report that then feeds into international levels at the IPCC level. So it's exciting to see the snowball kind of get bigger and make more impacts. I mentioned at the beginning of the project, we had no real support initially, but as we went on, there was an incredible amount of allies coming in to help the youth get their word out there and their film out there. So I guess I would have a question for you as an ocean community: is how would you like to engage communities in your research? There's different ways to do that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. If you also follow me on LinkedIn, I have a community-based participatory research toolkit that you can download in the feature section that I worked on with a colleague, and it goes over participatory video, photo voice, and community mapping as tools. So it's pretty, it breaks down a little bit how to organize it, how to plan it, how to do it. So that might help you get started if you haven't used that yet for your research or for in your work in general. It doesn't have to be just in research. So yeah, I'm happy to take any questions and comments you may have. Thank you. I guess I should mention too at the end is that in my recent role with NEOPAR that was mentioned earlier, I'm supporting my goal is to support community-based research in the ocean research sector in Canada. So it's been quite exciting to see. We're going to put together a seed funding very soon for supporting building relationship with communities and community-led research. And we also have, we're going to be involved in some community-based research training also for the ocean community. So I'm excited to be able to apply those things that I've learned to the ocean community here. And Rosie is here online as well.
You just finished your presentation?
Yes, I did. I'm curious if there's any questions about community-based research or ocean science and community engagement.
Back here at the helipad on the Meteor, we've been crisscrossing the venue the entire day. I'm of course Ale, I'm here with Marie. Marie, how was your day today here?
Well, it was really nice, I have to say. So we spent a lot of time in the blue zone and in the green zone at La Baleine, which is French and means the whale, and that's really where the main exhibition center is here in Nice. And it's like a science fair, and there's so many young people, like families from Nice, really local people from Nice, but at the same time the entire ocean community. So that's really been fantastic. La Baleine is really a great location, and then is of course our blue zone. So I've been here on quite a lot of ships now, and yeah, it's been really nice. How was it for you?
For me, it was also such a wonderful day in many senses. Actually, it was both very pleasant day in this, like it's beautiful weather here in Nice, and just the I mean, just to say, like, the vibe here is just so good because everybody is you can feel that everybody has come together here out of this shared interest for the protection of our oceans, and you can really notice that in here. We had a very productive day, I gotta say. Not
true.
Like I did walk less than yesterday. I did not quite get the 20,000 steps that I did get yesterday, but that's because we stayed also a lot at La Baleine, and we managed to make, I think, something like 7 different interviews with like many different areas. We had a super interesting conversation with actually a friend of mine who has an augmented reality device where you can interact with models of different species of fishes. We also had a conversation with science communicators and influencers. I actually got to meet a childhood hero of mine who is a sailor who has been sailing with her entire family for over 40 years, and they have currently a project about plastic pollution. I mean, all in all, an amazing day, and I'm really glad and thankful for the opportunity to be here.
So am I. And then all the side events on the ships, like for example, today on Research Vessel Meteor, we had the German Minister for the Environment here, Carsten Schneider, and to me it seemed like he didn't want to leave. He really liked this ship a lot.
Understandable.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really fantastic here.
But we are not done yet, and we might not want to leave, but we are actually going to send you to the other side of the world right now, because we are connecting with a global live stream from Halifax. This session connects the ECOP Days community with the Canadian ocean science and policy scene, streaming directly from Halifax. And we will stream a panel that is featuring the Antarctic expedition aboard the HMCS Margaret Brooke that Neopar co-coordinated with the Royal Canadian Navy. Join live as we bridge continents, time zones, and ocean visions.
Let me introduce to you someone truly special. Rosie Poirier is a marine scientist, underwater photographer, and ocean artist whose work has taken her from the polar regions to the tropics all over the globe. Through powerful storytelling, film, and art, she brings attention to the deep connections between human culture and the ocean. Her creative approach to conservation has inspired many to see our marine world and our responsibility to it in a new light.
Rosie blends science and art in a way that I don't know anybody else who does it like that. And tonight she's joining us live from Halifax to guide us through the next segment of our global live stream.
So Rosie, it's a real pleasure to have you with us here. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the kind intro. So as mentioned, I'm signing in from Halifax, Nova Scotia, our east coast of Canada. So I'm the communications coordinator for MEOPAR, and we're currently at the H2O conference in Halifax, Nova Scotia. So at the same time as the UN conference in Nice, France, we have several ocean conferences occurring in Canada. Our MEOPA team is currently attending 2 different conferences, so we're a little bit spread out at the moment in the maritime region of Canada, which is our eastern coastline. And where I'm calling you from with H2O, we're focused on the marine industries in maritime Canada. So our marine industries in Canada and around the world play a really large role in ocean strategy and ocean protection. And these industries define the interactions that many Canadians and many individuals have with the oceans, whether through tourism, fisheries, aquaculture, marine transport, or defense. So it's absolutely essential that we are collaborating with these marine industries in order to work towards a sustainable ocean future. And for MEOPAR, building collaborations is one of our key priorities. So MEOPAR is a Canadian nonprofit organization that's dedicated to fostering collaboration and a coordinated national approach to ocean research. A lot of what we do is funding research, training students, mobilizing knowledge, and building partnerships that are focused on marine risk and resilience. And one of our recent initiatives was this groundbreaking collaborative research expedition to Antarctica aboard the Royal Canadian Navy's HMSCS Margaret Brooke. And it was a first of its kind mission where it marked this very important step forward in exploring new models for us for conducting interdisciplinary ocean research in remote environments and expanding Canada's polar research as a polar nation. It was the first time that we've had the Royal Canadian Navy and research working together in Antarctica, and it was the first mission of the Royal Canadian Navy to Antarctica. So we've been exploring this today at a panel session at H2O that's happening actually just right now, right next door to me. And it's really important for us to communicate about both the successes and challenges of this mission, because it's the kind of collaboration that we want to continue to build in the future of Canada's ocean research. So we're really looking to be able to communicate its successes and to share some of the learnings with the broader ocean community. But one of the biggest challenges for ocean research is communication. So we had run this incredible first of its kind expedition, but it wouldn't have had the impact it had without effective communication. Often we're conducting very important research work, groundbreaking research, but it's far away from the eyes of the public. And effective communication allows the impact of that research to be felt far and wide and invites wider participation. So during the HMCS mission, we had the honor of being joined by Susan Ormiston, who's a CBC International Climate Correspondent. She played a really key role in communicating the journey and outcomes of the expeditions to audiences across Canada. CBC is one of our primary broadcasters in Canada, so their reach goes far and wide. And they were able to but they were able to send video updates live from the Antarctic that were broadcast to the CBC community. They helped to amplify the impact of the mission, reaching thousands nationwide. And since we're unable to live stream the panel that's occurring today at H2O, instead I'm going to share with you a clip from a recent MEOPAR webinar where Susan was one of our guests, where she recounted her experience in Antarctica. So if you stay tuned here, you'll get to hear about her compelling reflection on the power of collaboration between the Navy, science, and communication. And after her brief presentation of 10 minutes, we'll get a 10-minute film segment from the expedition that was aired to CBC audiences. So I hope that you enjoyed this, and thank you for having me here today.
Right, over to me. Carrying on from Jamie's opening remarks, it was also a collaboration that I dreamed of, this Antarctica expedition. I lived on the Navy ship, HMCS Margaret Brooke, with Brent and 93 other people for a month. Eating, sleeping, relaxing, working a lot together, separated only by maybe, I don't know, 10 or 20 feet down the hall, our office space. So we got to know each other quite a lot more than when we started, we didn't know each other at all. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to walk you through a little bit about how this happened. My role here is really to help educate and to help advise really how you can turn science into stories that attract a wide audience. I'm not a science journalist. I'm not even a climate journalist by reputation or by education, but I am a longtime journalist. And I would say that two things: I'm a storyteller, veteran storyteller, and also a translator. And what that means is my job is to translate complex subjects, whatever they are, into accessible stories that will ignite, maybe infuriate, draw attention to whatever I'm working on. So the Antarctic expedition, as we all know, was all about science. So my job was to make the science relatable, and it was not easy. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that for a few minutes. I'm also going to show you a 10-minute video, which seems long, but I think it's pretty engaging, about the science that happened on this expedition, because what you'll see is how we took the very important work that the 15 Canadian science scientists were doing on this expedition and translated into stories. In this case, a long story that we've pieced together, but in most cases, shorter stories or different platforms of media, be it radio interviews, news in the morning, live interviews. I know some of the scientists did some lives for various CBC outlets across the country. A little bit of background on how it happened. What I know is that it came together more than a year ago when the Vice Admiral of the Canadian Navy, the Commander of the Navy, Angus Topshee, was at a meeting, I believe in Brazil, but speaking to Brazilian Navy personnel, regardless, his counterparts. And he developed an idea that he wanted to do some outreach and building bridges with South American navies. Go south during our winter when this particular ship can't go up north and cut through the heavy ice in the Arctic. So it went south to the Antarctic, which is in the summer months there. Angus Topshee quickly found out, I don't know how, that you can't take a military vessel into Antarctic waters as per the treaty unless you have a science mission. So the word went out. Brent may know more about this, or Jamie, but essentially a team of 15 Canadian scientists was assembled and came up with plans to do work aboard the vessel. It took a lot of preparation, a lot of jury rigging of the ship to become a research vessel, and Brent, I hope we'll talk about that. The planning time was short, I think, for everybody except maybe the Navy. I believe the science team started in the summer. We can hear more about that. We got involved in November. I had been looking around for an opportunity to do something big on oceans, as they are such a barometer of climate, and we could see that over the last year. So this was in our mind. We had tried to go to Antarctica with the Spanish a year ago. Anyway, in November, I found out there was what I call a perfect, not a storm, a perfect scenario for the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation to be involved. You had a Canadian naval ship, you had top Canadian polar and climate scientists, and we were the Canadian Broadcasting Company, and we had an opportunity to maybe collaborate together. But what that meant effectively was you're taking three cultures. You're taking the military culture, which is strong, the media culture, which is unpredictable, and the scientific culture, which is rooted in data and experimentation and collaboration. And you put them all on a floating village for a month. And I think all of us had a little bit of question marks about how would this all turn out. It was a real experiment on so many fronts, which made it exciting for everybody involved. What were the selling points then? Well, the selling points for the Navy, because it wasn't easy for the Navy to say, sure, we're going to have scientists. They got that sorted. And then, sure, we're going to have a media team, you know, sometimes the enemy, observing us 24/7 for 32 days on our voyage. So somewhere along the line, I talked to a few people in the Department of Defense whom I knew from many other opportunities. And I pitched that we could do this and that it would be good for everyone. Someone agreed at the highest level and said, yes, we will try to make this happen. Very little space on board. The scientists had already secured the bunks that they could release to the science team. So they basically said, yes, you can come, but you have to sleep in a closet. And we kind of looked at the picture of the closet and went, okay. But there were real concerns about space. For us, this was a real opportunity to do what we call access journalism, where we had access to a science team as they're working to try to decode and make stories out of how they worked. For the Navy, I think it was an opportunity to show Canadians what the Navy can do, and in this case, in a non-conflict situation, so that there wasn't the risk of the normal risks and stress and tension when I've worked with the military before, like in Afghanistan, where there's an active war going on. This was an opportunity to showcase what the Navy can do as a Navy, but also expanding their role in this first ever collaboration with Canadian science team in Antarctica. So they were stretching their wings. They could showcase that. And I think everybody there was probably hoping it all went well, which it did. Just want to talk for a few more minutes about what the challenges for our team was. And I'm sure Brent has a similar list. The challenges were, as I've mentioned, translating science. I mean, our mandate is we need scenes and access and decoding, as I said, complicated science. There was a challenge, of course, with science because the work is incremental. It adds to data that's already out there, or a body of research, but there were no conclusions. So my desk would be saying, okay, what are they doing? I described that. What did they find out? Well, what they found out will come, but that's a hard concept for a news organization whose attention span is about 24 hours. So I had to really work hard to convince them that we could turn these into compelling stories. I had elbows up in the spring, a different kind of elbows up than those us Canadians back in Canada at the time, but I had elbows up trying to get my desk to agree to get as much of our content on as possible. Breaking through the time period, and for any of you who are interested in more media storytelling, the news cycle is key. We had Trump, we had tariffs, we had a new leadership race, we had chaos, we had confusion, worry, all that happening at the same time we were in Antarctica. It was blissfully peaceful where we were, but I had to break through that news cycle to get science in Antarctic on our news platforms. Time, always an issue. Typically a news story is 2 minutes. We often do longer stories, at least I do, but it's rarer, and 2 minutes to tell a complicated science story, it's near impossible. I think we cracked it, but it's always our challenge. It's not ideal, but it's the art of the possible, just like politics. Access, I've talked about that. Storytelling means access, finding scenes and finding characters. It's about drama, it's about humanity, it's about exploration. We had all of those things. We didn't have a headline. You know, Canadian scientists discover the glacier is going to fall off the earth by X date. And so we had to come up with ways of pushing it along. How are we helping develop the idea of climate change and in our world? And then weather. I'm sure Brent will talk about this. It's so unpredictable. I mean, we would all have a plan when we went to bed at 10 o'clock at night, and by 6 in the morning it had changed. And then it changed again at noon, and then it changed at 5 o'clock. And what that meant was the Navy was providing resources for the science team to go and do their work, which meant lowering boats into a choppy sea, which meant lowering big equipment, in gale force winds. We always had to be flex. We learned about flex time on the Navy ship, and I think we all adapted really, really well. The Navy could have been a challenge, in my estimation. It wasn't. The Navy was extremely collaborative, helpful, cooperative. They gave us really unrestricted access to the places we needed, and they were always trying to help us do our job better. We broadcast live from the ship using a satellite, a Starlink that the Navy installed on the very top of the ship. Well, it turns out our Starlink from CBC, of course, could only withstand gale winds of 40 knots. And when it was more than that, the engineer on the Navy ship would come down and say, "Ma'am, yes, Jimmy, it's going to be gale force winds tonight. We're going to have to take your satellite down. And they would. They did that 3 or 4 times. So it was really I felt at the end, I think as all of us did, it was a mission to get this work, important work done. Everybody did their jobs, and that was really, really wonderful. With that, I'm going to throw to some video so you can see how we translated and transcoded science.
Welcome back to CBC in Antarctica. It took almost a week to get from the bottom of Chile across the Drake Passage and into Antarctica. But the science started right away, and they learned that it wasn't always smooth sailing. Every day, suit up,
A little further.
load up.
Well, I've got 5 bottles, 5 glaciers.
The scientists are headed out to the glaciers, lowered in a Navy boat turned research craft, to measure what's changing in the ocean at the bottom of the world. We're going with them. Antarctica helps regulate the global climate, but sea ice is melting to near record lows. February had abnormally warm temperatures, which over time affects everything in the ocean ecology.
We've seen a ton of penguins today. Hopefully there'll be some penguin DNA in there, some whale DNA.
Jenny Tolman is capturing DNA in water samples, but her expertise is the smallest of organisms.
Microbes are the little engines of the ocean. They're also the things that respond the most quickly to change, and the poles are a very rapidly changing place.
But collecting samples can be tricky work. Tia Anderlini is studying trace metals, reaching out to scoop up seawater.
I was using a really long pole, basically to avoid contamination from the boat itself.
And at sea, things just happen.
Ooh, I dropped it.
A plastic lid slipped into the ocean.
Can you look over and see if there's a cap floating under the boat?
But within minutes,
Retreat.
It's been recovered. Glaciers are retreating in the Antarctic Peninsula more rapidly than before.
The depth is 51 meters.
One way to measure what's going on is grabbing sediment from the sea floor. Jeremy Bentley lets down a large claw to the depths and then hand over hand hauls it back up to deliver a muddy mass. There are clues here, and with deeper cores, about glacial history.
We're looking at changes over time.
Including human imprint, like any evidence of microplastics.
It's like a Christmas day for me with a good sediment sample.
A good bit of mud.
Yes.
Most of the samples will go back to Canada to analyze and share. There's more ambition than time. It's so rare to get here. The challenge is worth it.
It's a great day for samples from glaciers from here.
You got everybody?
Here.
Day's end, it's back to the mother ship with a bit of Antarctic scientific treasure. But their day isn't over yet. As night falls in Antarctica, the HMCS Margaret Brooke darkens, switching to all red light.
Slew it in.
There's still work to do.
At the waterline.
On the quarterdeck, a hive of discovery.
Okay, let's bring it on board.
A long net pulled out of the ocean and hosed down carries small organisms
We're good.
which play a vital role.
So just seeing here mostly voracious filter feeders. They eat particles, organic matter that's in the water column, and then they poop it out. So
They'll be examining these salps for contaminants.
here, this is the solitary form.
The scientists are educating the Navy's top commander, Vice Admiral Angus Topshee, on oceanography.
You'll have to forgive my science as well. I was an arts major, so anything I say the Navy has taught me.
I'll stop, please.
Where did I collect the water?
Brent Else is sampling the Southern Ocean water using a CTD Lars, custom built in Canada. It plunges deep into the ocean under high pressure to capture water at different depths. Here, as deep as a kilometer.
Let's hold here.
Roger, holding.
The rosette, as it's called, comes up brimming with water.
And then we get a cap on right away.
For the average layperson, you know, water is water. So you've got a whole ocean out there. You're collecting water and you're putting it in all these different containers. Why?
Well, because water isn't just water. In an ocean like this, there's lots of different water masses. There's lots of different types of water at different levels in the ocean.
Are you on 10 too, Celine?
I mostly measure dissolved carbon dioxide, And I'm interested in how carbon dioxide moves from the atmosphere into the ocean and then moves deep down in the ocean where it is sequestered for hundreds or thousands of years.
Bottle 5 has nutrients.
It's liquid gold for these scientists. Everyone wants a bit of it for their own investigations.
We all work together, we get the Rosette train faster so we can go back in. And everybody gets to bed a little sooner.
The cold water in the Southern Ocean around Antarctica is a huge carbon sink, absorbing a lot of the carbon dioxide emissions we put into the atmosphere. But as the sea surface warms, that could change.
As the oceans warm, as circulation patterns change, it's expected that that ocean carbon sink will slow down over time. And the polar regions are the areas where those carbon sinks are most important.
For the last 3 weeks, 15 scientists from across Canada have turned the Navy vessel into a research ship.
50 meters.
Working with a Navy crew to maneuver the boats.
Take time up stern as well.
Operate the crane, lower the winch, and generally assist them daily to gather up samples.
The time's 19:18 and we are at 147 feet.
In this extreme environment, there's been a lot of learning.
Good to go, you have permission to launch.
This team is trying to haul up mud from the ocean floor, using what looks like a torpedo, weighted to plunge it into the seabed with force.
150.
Jeremy Bentley is on the winch.
200.
The seabed sediment will tell them a story.
Coming back in.
It definitely looks more disturbed at the top than the other one, but we'll keep this one just in case it's the best in the end.
Sophia Johannesson will slice up the cores to analyze.
Whatever happens in the surface above, the particles sink down and they build up layers in the mud, the newer ones on top of the older ones, and we can read that history back through time and we can learn from it. It's been pretty hectic. The first day was a bit of a disaster for field work. Pretty much everything went wrong that could go wrong.
They adjusted and managed to fill a fridge full of samples. Turns out all mud doesn't look the same.
If we take this core out, for example,
and it's different ages.
This is a section that's about 1.5 meters long, and so represents about probably 1,000 years of history at the bottom of the ocean.
1,000 years of sediment here.
Probably something like that. You can see that the sediment is much darker.
Alex Normando and Karen Douglas will send these samples back to Halifax to be x-rayed.
We use an x-ray, yeah. It helps to enhance areas of the core that are denser than others.
We can get a clearer pictures of the past climate change and then being able to predict what's going to happen in the next 50 to 100 years here in Antarctica.
Antarctica is a coveted lab. One of the few places in the world which has mostly escaped a heavy human footprint. Sandy Stephan and Jeff Stuffel are sampling snow for what shouldn't be here. Contaminants like mercury deposits and microplastics.
They can travel long distances from source regions into remote areas like the Antarctic. So we're looking for very minuscule fiber like microplastics to see where they've come from.
Do you think they are here?
Absolutely. Mercury is a problem because once it gets into the ecosystem, it can turn into a very nasty toxic form.
They'll keep the snow frozen until it gets back to Canada for many researchers to analyze what's hidden inside.
When I've talked to people about the impact of climate change on things, they just consider warming. And they consider, like the ice is melting and all this. And I said, yes, but what happens when the ice melts?
Yeah, so there's a bit of a clearance too that's closer to that iceberg on the other side.
The HMCS Margaret Brooke carried the science team well past the Antarctic Circle.
Between the two mountains,
That's our channel.
Breaking ice to get through.
Okay, roger.
Revealing the powerful icy contours of Antarctica. While sailing to the most southerly point the Canadian Navy has ever been.
Port 15.
With the fieldwork paused for now,
Slow ahead both engines.
there's time for some reflection.
One of my goals in coming here was to make the Navy fall in love with science so that they would just want to, keep working with us and keep going on adventures with us. And we've had nothing but support, and that's great.
As Mission Antarctica continues its journey.
Good evening back in Nice, and what a journey it has been. I'm Alessandro Compagnie Basbaum.
And I'm Marie Heidenreich. So welcome back on the helipad of the Meteor, and thanks to our colleagues in Halifax. And now we're going to be joined by someone else here on the helipad, and that's, maybe you can come over here. So let me introduce you to
We're
you.
not quite done yet.
Far from done.
Good evening.
So that's Pradeep Singh. Pradeep, you're an international law of the sea advisor with Oceano Azul, which is a Portuguese NGO, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Exactly, yes. We are a Portuguese foundation called Oceano Azul Foundation, and we work on ocean conservation as well as advocacy.
And we're happy to have you here because you're really an expert on deep sea mining. You formerly have been working with RIFS, the Research Institute for Sustainability in Potsdam. And now in your new position, you still work on deep sea mining. And you might know that deep sea mining really is a huge issue right now in the marine community, but also here at the UNOC. And you really know all about it because you are the one who has been at all the negotiations at the International Seabed Authority, ISA, I think, in Jamaica, where all the countries are coming together negotiating whether or not seabed mining is going to be allowed, like mangan nodes and mining them from the deep sea. But at the same time, of course, they have a lot of environmental concerns because once you take away this substrate, the solid substrate, the people living there will basically never have a home anymore.
Absolutely, that's entirely correct. I've been working on this topic for nearly 10 years now, actually 8 to 10 years, since I moved to Germany for the PhD and then worked with the Research Institute for Sustainability, as you said, in Potsdam on ocean governance, and even now in my new role, continuing to work on ocean governance and deep seabed mining in particular. And yes, I've been attending negotiations in Jamaica since 2019, I think, so a really long time. And you're absolutely right. This is where the negotiations are happening to discuss whether and under what conditions should mining activities happen, if they should happen. And this is very important because it's not just the environmental consequences. We know they will be very serious, and science is telling us at the moment that the impacts will be irreversible and it would be far-reaching.
Well, it takes a million years for a mangan node to grow.
Correct,
so
yes. And
not quite irreversible because after a million years something might grow again. But
sure,
yeah, basically
when we say irreversible, we are talking on human timescales, right?
Yeah.
Which is absolutely the case. And we know that, unlike things that we do on land, in the deep sea, restoration is not possible. So you can't really say we want to restore things. It doesn't work that way. So once it's gone, it's very hard for you to say, okay, we're going to restore it and try to return it to a different set of conditions.
So what's the current state of deep sea mining and the mining code? Is it going to be in place anytime soon, or is it going to be allowed to actually go out there and collect mining nodes from the deep sea?
Well, actually, that's an interesting point because there are two different camps. The way they look at it, one smaller camp, I think, at the moment really want to start mining activities very soon. They seem to be the minority now. You have a large number of countries. In fact, we gathered here today for an event where states are calling for a precautionary pause or a moratorium on deep seabed mining because the science is not ready. But there are other reasons as well that this is not an attractive activity at the moment. The economics of it doesn't make sense to extract these minerals because you will be losing money by extracting them. You will be causing so much harm to the environment. Natural capital will be lost. All these externalities, the impacts on fisheries, for instance, that you lose all this money that you could make from them. So it just doesn't make any sense to extract these metals. And today we had some companies also coming here today saying that we are not going to buy these metals. And these are car makers that use cobalt, for instance, for their batteries in electric vehicles. And they say that they don't consider the deep seabed mining as a responsible way to get these metals. So even the economic case is not there. And so we shouldn't be, sort of seeing any sort of progress with mining happening anytime soon, because not only is there no legal safeguards or environmental safeguards, but there's also just no economic case for it, and there's no social license and legitimacy for it.
That's like you talk about a small group that still wants to do deep sea mining. Most concerningly, I would say the position of the United States government. Of course, they might be, if you count by country, it's just one more country, but it carries an enormous weight. How much? Say if the United States actually say, okay, we are going to push through with this, how does this affect the entire how can I even put this, like, is it, if let's put it like this, if the United States does this, how many other countries need to actually join in to just compensate, say, what the effect that the United States does? Like, how much worse does the situation get if they actually make this decision?
Well, I think the point would be something worth considering, if at all that the technology is ready for mining activities to happen, and we know it's still very immature. There's just not enough vessels and support systems that could work for such mining at such scale. Of course, we've had experiments before. Companies have been able to lift these minerals, but to do that for 1 day or for 2 days is not the same as for doing it for a long period of time, right? So there's just not enough facilities for it. Even if they can extract it, the processing facilities are not ready yet. So there's really, very little concern that the U.S. would start anytime soon. And I think, the more or the longer it takes, and when people start realizing that there is no money to be made here, we would just say, it's not worth it. Why would we lose so much to gain so little? And so, yes, of course, countries like the United States might be, trying to make some sort of geopolitical narrative here, but whether they would follow through and whether it would actually happen, I have my doubts.
Okay, I see. Oh, that definitely like makes me more at peace with it, because as soon as I read those headlines, I was pretty concerned about it. Yeah, and I do think I agree that the economic case, at the end of the day, the economic case carries enormous weight in itself as well. And I imagine that would you say so? How do you think that we can strengthen, like, not only let the economics speak for itself, but also like influence, so to speak, do the lobbying work, or in any other way can we contribute to making it even clear that the economic case just isn't there for it?
Well, I think conferences like this help because you're bringing all the players together, including ocean economists and also scientists that are really very, very clear in telling us that the environmental consequences would be very significant? Are we willing to lose that much to make so little money? So I think it's about, you know, having more conferences like this, having more workshops, bringing experts together, having more expert reports. So we have very recently 3 or 4 very credible reports, one by the UN Secretary General Scientific Advisory Board that basically also said, looking at all these facts, deep seabed mining doesn't make any sense. Why should we be rushing to allow it to happen, you know? So I think, you know, trying to rely on science, trying to rely on facts, and then trying to bring all these facts and science together in a more synthesized way that allows decision makers to take a proper decision. And I think a final point to make is that, you know, we spoke about the environment, we spoke about economics, but one thing that we didn't talk about yet is the cultural dimension to it. And we have a lot of societies, including in the Pacific. And this is important because the main target at the moment for seabed mining activities for nodules, it's in the Clarion-Clipperton zone, and that's in the Pacific. And that's the home to a lot of indigenous people, a lot of Pacific Islanders who actually have a very strong connection to the ocean and to the deep ocean, spiritual connection. They believe it to be the home of their ancestors, as well as the origins of life, you know. And so this bond for them is very strong, and they actually feel that, you know, extracting minerals from the seabed, desecrating the seabed, is basically desecrating and insulting their ancestors and things like that. You know, it's at such a scale that is so destructive that for them, this is very concerning.
Thank you very much, Pradeep Singh. Thanks for joining us here on the helipad of RV Meteor for our ECOP Days.
Yes, and I believe with that, we conclude this well, long but extremely productive day, and also a lot of fun, I gotta say. We still have one announcement though. Tomorrow morning, we will have a special edition for you from our UNOC Breakfast TV, again live from the research vessel Meteor in the port of Nice.
Exactly, and there we're going to have 3 distinguished guests here. That's going to be Elizabeth Scher from the US, Boris Herrmann, a German sailor, and Emmanuel Perry Bardou, merci. Actually, I've met her today at La Baleine, and I'm very excited for that breakfast corner tomorrow morning here, starting at 9 a.m. Central European time. And then we're going to be there for your breakfast again from 9 to 10. And that's really the special edition before ECOP Days 2025 will come to an end. So have a wonderful night. Good night, good morning, wherever you are, whatever time zone you're in. And yeah, we hope to see you again tomorrow morning.
See you then.
Bye.
Bye-bye.